Okay, good evening, everybody. Would like to get started here tonight. Welcome, everyone. Okay, I would wish to begin tonight by calling this meeting to order, and would also like to start by recognizing that we are on the traditional territory of the Sauk Nation, and tonight we wish to acknowledge both their government as well as their long-standing history to the connection to the lands and the sea. So on that note, Council, we do have some changes in sequence here to tonight's agenda. The public hearings, as they are advertised, must begin promptly at 7 o'clock or shortly thereafter. So therefore, tonight's meeting will have the, let's see here, the public meetings. Right? I'm reading. I'm on target this time. Okay, so the public hearings are actually ahead of, aren't they usually ahead of public comment? They are, but I thought they always went ahead of, all right. It's already been fixed. I am speaking out of turn, in which case I should just stick to the slide that's in front of me. Okay, so in that note, we do have some new business. Okay, we'll start here in sequence then. So I'm looking for council to adopt tonight's agenda with the following changes. Addition of supplementary information for item number 7.1, the zoning amendment bylaw number 720. Addition of late provided on table supplemental information in regards to 7.1 for 5651 Woodlands Road, and addition of late provided on table supplementary information for 11.6, the 2019-2022 strategic plan. We will also be adding, just requesting some more details from staff on Lot A. We'll add that under new business, and we also have another notice of motion coming forward that I will add as item 16.2. Corporate Officer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Rise and Report.
And a Rise and Report, which will be under, where exactly? Just under new business? Or can I make that number 17 in German as 18? Okay. So 17 will be any Rise and Report. 18 will be that. Councillor Parkinson? I did mention that. That'll be 16.2. So really it's just the order is okay. A couple of late items and addition of supplementals. Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. Is there a seconded by Councillor St. Pierre? Any questions? I'm sure staff will let me know if I'm out of order as usual. All good? All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Adoption of minutes. We have regular meeting minutes from November the 13th here for adoption as circulated. Looking to council to move adoption, please. Moved adoption by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Bateman. Any questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, so that leads us into 7.1 for our first public hearing and zoning amendment bylaw number 720, 600-64, 5651 Woodlands Road. I'll turn this to staff, please. Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council. We're here for rezoning for public hearing for 5651 Woodlands Road. There we go. The subject site is currently zoned RU4 Rural Residential, located in the Casinos neighborhood north of Sauk Road, and is approximately 1.75 hectares or 4.3 acres. The applicant is proposing an RU5 Rural Residential. The site is adjacent agricultural land reserve to the south and west of the property and is surrounded by a combination of RU3 and RU4 zoned parcels. Oops. The site falls within the Gateway Residential Land Use designation in the official community plan as denoted in orange on the map on the screen. This area allows for low-density infill growth. The creation of lots less than 2,500 square meters is not permitted in the Gateway Residential, The proposed RU5 zone has a minimum lot size of 2,500 square meters for subdivision. The minimum lots proposed in the subdivision concept are over 3,000 square meters. The site also falls within the community growth boundary, and therefore subdivision is further supported. There are multiple policies throughout the OCP addressing buffers adjacent to agricultural lands. The Agricultural Land Commission did respond to the referral and recommended a 5-meter buffer between the future subdivision and existing ALR. In addition, the site falls within Development Permit Area Number 2 for form and character, which provides guidance around the use of vegetation for screening and improvement of on-site rainwater management. The site is undeveloped and heavily forested with mature cedar and maple trees. The applicant is proposing to address the OCP policies by preserving a 6-meter depth of existing tree stand along the entire perimeter of the site to the extent possible and along newly formed side property lines as depicted in the concept plan on the screen. A tree protection plan will be submitted at time of development permit. Under the housing section of the OCP, Policy 4.73 requires that any bare land or strata single-family subdivision provide affordable housing lots or cash in lieu or land in lieu. And the applicant will be providing cash in lieu of $1,000 per unit to be paid prior to issuance of the development permit. A Section 219 covenant would address this prior to adoption of this rezoning application. Access to the site will be extended from Woodlands Road. A 4-meter road dedication is required along the property frontage of Woodlands Road to provide a 10-meter wide right-of-way from center line as per the Rural Collector Standard cross-section in Bylaw 404 and the Transportation Master Plan. The dedication will be addressed through covenant prior to adoption of this rezoning. A rainwater management plan, sanitary servicing study, and erosion and sediment control plan will be submitted at time of development permit. These plans will speak to the preservation of existing trees and the role that plays in runoff from the site. Regarding water services, the CRD provided comments back in July, which were shared with the applicant at that time. The CRD will require a detailed review of water servicing design along with a statement of conditions prior to development. The applicant's engineer will be required to calculate fire flow requirements and submit them to the CRD and the district to determine sufficiency. In addition, a development cost charge for water services may apply to each of the new lots created. The District of Sauk Fire Chief has no concerns with the availability of water in this area. The site is located centrally between 2 existing fire stations, and the fire department has recently been credited with superior tanker shuttle service. In addition, a site-specific soil analysis was required to determine soil capability to percolate for septic. It was submitted to Vancouver Island Health Authority, and they determined that the soils were adequate for on-site septic systems. On the slide, you can see the difference between the two zones, the RU4 current zoning and the proposed RU5. Rules regarding heights and conditions of use are the same in both RU4 and RU5. So I won't go through that list, but you can look at that on the slide. This application is supported by existing policies and bylaws, and the proposal aligns with the surrounding neighborhood. There were no objections provided through the referral process. Therefore, staff is recommending that Council grant third reading to this bylaw and prior to adoption require the owner enter into the covenant to address road dedication and affordable housing contributions. The applicant is here, John Selesky, and wishes to address Council. That completes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. So for Mr. Selesky as the applicant, would that be now or after, just for when Council has questions?
Yeah, sorry, for the benefit of our new members of Council, that is a practice that we adopted recently, is that after staff presentations, the applicant for a development permit or rezoning application could be invited forward and speak to Council on behalf of their application, and after the public input also be given an opportunity to speak to any of those public comments.
Before we do that, though, I'll just see if councillors have questions of staff, and then I'll invite the applicant to speak any further on any matters there. Councillor Parkinson, please.
Through your worship, it's not actually a question for staff. What I'd like to know is if we could take a couple of minutes to read all the information we just received that was sitting on our desk. It all pertains to this application.
Okay. Councillor St. Pierre. Microphone.
I have a question for, excuse me. I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
My understanding from reading the documents around this is that the only reason this is coming to council is that we're looking at 5 lots instead of 4. Is that correct?
No, through your worship, no, it is a rezoning application, so they're currently RU4, so in order to go to RU5 to create a subdivision for 4 more lots, they need a rezoning. What you're thinking of is the development permit application process, so if there were 4 or less lots, they wouldn't have to come to council for a development permit, but rezoning will always come before you.
Thank you.
Councillor McMath?
I just was looking for clarification under servicing. It says in the event a development permit is not required, but then later down it says that it is. Can you just clarify?
Yes, I thought that might come up through your worship. So there has been some conversations, and there actually was some direction from the previous council for staff to look into some best practices around requiring development permits for single-family subdivisions. And because that's still work that's underway that may come before council, and I'm not sure when this application for development would come forward. There's always a potential that an OCP amendment would come that would change the requirement for. So that's the only reason that was in there. Because at the time that this report was being written, that direction had just come from the previous council. Is that clear enough? Right now, the status quo is they will be required to do a development permit.
Councillor Bateman?
So, under the current, through you, your worship, your honor, the chair, currently, with the RU4 zoning, there would be a single-family dwelling or 1 manufactured home. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Yes,
A single
okay.
family or 1 duplex
All
per
right.
lot.
Thank you.
Have councillors had the ample time to review some of the materials that have arrived? Okay. Okay, I'd like to invite the applicant forward if there was anything further that you would like to add on this item, please.
John Selesky, 2178 Winfield Drive. I purchased this property a few years ago with the intention of building on it and living on it. Those plans are still in place, but some things do tend to change, and I still plan on building a house and living on one of these lots. And my daughter and her family plan to move out to Souk as well, and they've been looking for a period of a year now, but everyone knows what's happened to the cost of housing in the Capital Region District, and we decided that the most economical way for our family and for them to move out here is for us to look at doing this subdivision, and it meets all of our needs, and it's quite heavily forested, this property. It'd be a lot of work to manage it. And, I'm not at the age where I need to manage just under 5 acres on my own and keep it in proper condition. So we thought this is a development that is just under an acre each lot. So it fits into other acreages and some of the other zoning in the area. So we've tried to design the development in a way that it fits into the community and meets our needs as well. And that's where, in discussions with the planning department, I came up with this plan, and I think it's a plan that helps it fit into the area. And we're putting some things in place at the development permit stage where it's going to maintain the character of the street in terms of the buffer of vegetation and trees that the planner talked about earlier, as well as the buffer around all the individual acreages as well. So I had some slides. I don't know if they're available. That's Woodlands. That's the property there. You can see the fire hydrant. So all those trees are the front of the property in question on Woodlands. So all those trees would stay in place. On the left-hand side, that's the road that's going in there now. It would be widened to meet the requirements for a strata road, but the road would still go in that way. So maybe next slide, please. On the right-hand side is a house directly across the street that's under construction. That picture is taken from the road. So you can see there's a house, and that's about the same size lot as what I'm proposing, the 5 I'm proposing, and it's right directly across the street. There is no buffer of trees there. And the other house is directly across from my property as well, another neighbor. Again, there's no buffer of trees, and he's about the same size lot as well. On the top right is another house on Woodlands. Bottom slide is another house. Again, no buffer of trees. And on the left-hand side is a big house that I don't know what the zoning is. I think it has a number of suites in there, and that's just around the corner on Harborview. Okay, is that it? So when you look at the development that I'm proposing, maintaining the buffer of trees and what you can see from some other houses in the neighborhood, I think that what I'm proposing is going to maintain the character more than some of the other properties in this area, is going to look more rural, and shouldn't affect anything in the neighborhood. My engineer is here today, Your Worship, and he is an expert, and I would like him at some point, I don't know if after or now, to address the drainage issues that some people have had, as well as some of the water pressure issues as well.
Okay, if you're we could hear from your engineer now, if you'd like to introduce him, please.
Sure, Corey Brown from Island Engineering.
Okay, thank you.
It's Islander. Yeah, so I've been working with John last 3-4 months just on some of the preliminary engineering. I authored the design brief, which I submitted to engineering probably 2-3 months ago now. It touched on some of the servicing concepts for what we would do should the time come. I've reviewed some of these servicing concerns, mainly the water servicing, so I can speak to any of these concerns if there's questions. Or
There's just, within the materials that we have received, there was a concern expressed about about flooding or drainage with water, and also another resident had just said that over the years the water pressure is changing within his residence, and there's a concern of how those flows will impact, with adding more to it would impact the flows there, and also some of it has to do with the wet in the rainy weather, and just how the water would potentially
Right,
the flooding
right.
there. If you'd like to speak about drainage and runoff.
Sure.
as well.
So it's kind of two different requirements.
Yeah.
Stormwater management is obviously controlled through the bylaw. So any newly created lot and impervious area added to the lot will result in a detention requirement in the bylaw. So based on that, typically in Souk we would construct a rock pit or subsurface detention. So that would go on each individual lot. We would collect everything and then convey it either to a new drain or a new ditch within the development, and then that would just discharge from the site. Obviously, the engineering work at this point is very preliminary. Our intention is to meet the bylaw for stormwater management requirements, and getting into detail is something that we would do beyond this stage.
And then in terms of water pressure, adding in on piped water from the CRD.
Yeah. So I've reviewed their letter. I actually reviewed their model information a few months ago when I authored the design brief. So I kind of share the same sentiment as the fire chief. There's adequate fire capacity for the development. There's approximately 7,400 liters per minute available, and that was modeled in our frontage. So we have a hydrant actually right next to our driveway. So we have 7,400 liters per minute. We require approximately 4,200 liters per minute based on CRD and FUS requirements. So we're well above the capacity. as far as I'm concerned. And then for pressures, I actually contacted CRD last week and just asked if there was any issues in their system or any irregularities that they knew of. They informed me that there wasn't. They knew that the pressures kind of along Woodlands were above the acceptable. They are a little lower than what I deal with in Souk, but to me it's not concerning. Fire flow is kind of the triggering factor. So they didn't inform me of any issues, and we both agreed sort of at the end of correspondence that the addition of 5 lots wouldn't result in any decrease in pressures from its existing state.
Okay, thank you. Do members of council have any questions for the applicant's consultants? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Anything from members of council to staff at this point? Councillor Parkinson?
Through your worship, I was just curious, will there be suites in these houses?
Suites are permitted in the RU5.
Anything else from members of council? Okay, so from there we'll go straight into our public hearing for tonight. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the Local Government Act. At this public hearing, any person who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaw will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting matters contained in the bylaw that are the subject of this hearing. Copies of written submissions received to date are available, and council, you'll find them in tonight's yellow pages. It is important that all who speak at this hearing restrict their remarks to matters contained in the bylaw, and it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. For those of you who wish to speak, please at the appropriate time commence your address to council by clearly stating your name and home address. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaw. Submissions must be received before or during the public hearing in order to be considered by council. Members of council may, if they so wish, ask questions of you following your presentation or submission. However, the main function of council members this evening is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone who deems his or her interest in property to be affected shall be given the opportunity to be heard at this hearing. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making his or her views known. And please note that this hearing forms part of tonight's regular meeting of council, and as such is being video recorded. Videos and their contents, including any personal information disclosed during the public hearing, will be posted on the district's website. So on that note, I'd like to welcome any members of the public here tonight for 5651's rezoning.
Ellen Lures, 5526 Souk Road. I have some questions in regards to strata as well. Is the water controlled by the strata? And are the roads strata? Who looks after them?
Okay, so I heard that the roads would be a strata road and then the water would be a CRD, so every unit would have its own meter and pay its own water bill. Yes.
Okay.
Or yes. Yes, for both was I correct? The road is strata, and the strata would look after the road and maintain the road, and the water would be the CRD meter. Okay,
right.
Yes.
And we know that we already have some issues with some strata roads in a strata development on Phillips Road, that's an issue. So we should be looking at that. I don't know that that's a good idea. Also, I understand the applicant wanting to subdivide for his family and such, but 5 lots in that area. Already Harbourview is a very narrow road, and it's not really good for traffic, and as we know, up at the end of Harbourview is the park and the traffic that's going up there. I just don't see that this is a road. This is a country road. It's and like Woodlands and all around. They're just narrow roads. They're not made for heavier traffic. It's just not plausible. Even when we have accidents, we can't put people around there. You can't put big trucks around there or anything like that. I think we should have to err on the side of caution here. I don't think that 5 lots. I think it's too much for this area. And it is a community residential. It's a rural area. I don't like to see us destroying what we already have. I understand with keeping the trees in and all that. It's all very good. And also those big houses there, that's another issue. But what's there is there. But I'm not really comfortable with this, and especially with the strata. And I would think it was subdivided into 2 lots. That could be possible, but more traffic on that road is just not a good thing, I don't think. And as for the water pressure, we all know it. Well, maybe you don't know, but what happened in Ludlow is the water pressure was so low that the fire chief let the insurance people know, and people had to pay big time insurance because the water pressure was too low on Ludlow. And I'd hate for that to happen to people on Woodlands, because it really affects your insurance rates when the water rates are low. There wasn't enough pressure to, well, if you ever go up Ludlow, you see the sprinkler just goes about this high and about that far. So, yeah, you have to watch that with water pressure.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Dale Baker, 5665 Woodlands Road.
Mr. Baker, could you please just turn on the microphone? Thank you, sir.
There.
Now we can all hear you.
Okay, Dale Baker, 5665 Woodlands Road. So my concerns are traffic. The road is very narrow. I go back and forth to work in the morning, and it can take upwards of 10 minutes to turn left onto Woodlands Road. I feel before any development goes on up there, we should have a road to the development, not putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. I don't know. I live right next door. I don't know what kind of privacy we're going to have. I'll have 3 houses beside me instead of 1. And the water, putting it into rock pits. I've never seen a rock pit work. And then they're going to have to collect it, and it's going to come down the hill. And where is it going to exit? Is it going to exit into the ditch? Is it going down into the harbor? Why do we have sewage system now in Souk? To clean up the harbor, because all the sewer was going down in the harbor. Now, are we going to start promoting that problem out in casinos by adding more development? And yeah, there's some big trees there, and what's going to happen when they clear for the lots inside? It's going to open up to wind that could bring down some of those big trees. And I think that covers most of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Okay. Richard Winder and
Christine Rayfuse.
We own the property at 5614 Woodlands Road. We've lived there since '91, so we're longtime residents of the area. And I think our opposition to this amendment is really more along the lines of worrying about the speculative pressures on land in the area. There are some large lots in the area. There are some tree-lined farmettes in the area, including ours. It's bordering on the wilderness area. There's going to be a lot more wildlife interactions if things proceed, and the character of the area is bound to change. If the lot sizes continue to shrink, I think we could see that there'll be increased complaints about noises from chickens and other farm activity, horses and whatnot in the area. I think overall it just takes one more chunk of fairly rural character land away from Souk and turns it into suburbia. I'm sensitive to the need for housing in this area. I think it's very important, and I wish I knew of a better solution, but at the risk of sounding like a NIMBY, I don't think this kind of creeping development is the answer. I think more planning and more thought needs to be given to what Souk wants to do with Casinos. Otherwise, you'll have suburbia right up to Dudney Flats and then picking up again right in Casinos with just a little bit of wilderness along Souk Road to intervene. I think we need to think deeply about the character of Souk when we think about Souk as a quasi-rural kind of village or town, and I think anyway it's for our own concerns about speculation, but it's also our concerns about Souk in general and its rural character. The concerns about drainage, I think, are valid. There are deep ditches in the area that sometimes you lose cars in along those very narrow roads. You get flooding from time to time during exceptional rainfall in the area. I'm pretty sure that from what I've heard from the engineer, I think there's a technically excellent plan there. I don't think our concerns are so much around the specifics of the design of the development so much as the intent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Daniel Baker, 5665 Woodlands Road. Just adding on to what my father said, he's a Red Seal plumber and been in the Red Seal plumber in Souk for over 30 years. So what he has to say about the drainage and the septic, I think, is very valid. But also another thing, we saw those pictures of those other houses and how they didn't have any trees in front of them and everything. I just want to keep in mind that those are all closer to Souk Road. The farther you go up Woodlands, the denser the forest gets. And at the top there is Mount Quimper. It's a park. I'm sure we're all very aware about it and everything. And there's loads of bears and deer that come down every spring, and they're always going through all our yards on Woodlands. And even just small developments that have gone on has really shaken them up, I feel, because they are getting more and more squished, you know. And another thing with the small road, there's children playing on it in the summertime. And there's also two very sharp corners that are blind, and if there's increased traffic, it's a matter of time before somebody gets hit or there's a terrible accident, in my opinion. And, you know, I think we're all kind of struggling through this economic time and everything. So if one person is able to develop 5 houses, why don't we all just develop 5 houses? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Other speakers this evening? I will call for a second time for any speakers for 5651 Woodlands Road. Feel free to come up again if you'd like, sir.
John Selesky, 2178 Winfield. The one question by Councillor Parkinson was regarding suites. I definitely don't want any suites in any of these houses. When I work on the development permit with the planning department, and in the bylaws of the strata, I can work with our lawyer to put in the bylaws of the strata that there's no suites allowed, and we can also put that in the development permit. Okay?
Helen Lewis, 5526 Road. I just wanted to know, does the water from there, does it make its way to the creek? Is there, to Iam Creek?
Can I get a response from staff, please, just in terms of you're meaning the drainage off the property and
Yes.
it gathers, and then where does it go?
I prefer to defer to the engineer for that.
Okay.
So if you don't mind.
That's something that we have to look at in detail.
Yeah. This is just a zoning application, so a lot of the technical review happens at the next stage through development permit. So
Okay, so at this point, it's
exactly.
preliminary. That information will be coming. We don't know at this point.
Well, okay. I just have some concerns because living at where we are, and when the development happened on Ludlow, there was drainage that was going into Iam Creek, and that was closed off and a road put over top of it, and so the drainage came on down to our place. And each time a development happened, more and more water came into our place, so we had to dig our dugout deeper and deeper. And yeah, how does it affect the landowners down from there? And there is a subdivision below there as well. How does that affect? Does it go under and into the harbor, which was a very good question. And we've had times as well where we've smelled the sewer coming from the fields up above when there's heavy rains, and there is concern there, and I think that has to be addressed. And is it going to the river? Those are important things. And 5 houses, a little much. Again, it really impacts in the rural community, and OSB was very stringent on that about how we want to keep that a rural area. It's the entrance. It is the gateway into Suku, and we want to make sure that we don't lose that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. So calling for the third and final time on 5651 Woodlands Road. See no further speakers then. We'll consider the public hearing closed and turn this matter back to council for consideration. So my understanding, if I may just get confirmation from staff, is that the application is consistent with the OCP and our current planning documents for this type of zone in this particular area.
through your worship, that's correct. This is considered the community growth area, so it was always anticipated that in this area there would be limited growth.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Councillor Parkinson.
Through your worship to staff, so I'm quite happy to hear that there will be no suites into these homes, and I was just wondering how that would be enforced into this.
That's a good question. Through your worship, I would suggest, if council feels strongly about that you add for the prior to adoption conditions that in the covenant language regarding no suites be worked in.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McMath.
Through your worship. Just for clarification, Strata does the roads, but you're saying Strata does the water as well?
Sorry, sir, the public hearing is closed, so what I heard is that the road would be maintained by the strata, so that's all maintenance and whatever, and that the water, though, there's piped water, would come in and be fed to each unit like any other home would have its meter and its own water. The drainage and any runoff from the site would be handled by engineering at a later time, should the rezoning pass. But the water would be CRD piped water.
Through your worship, the water is coming from CRD, but how it connects internally to the site, unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that. I would defer to our engineering department on that. It's not my technical.
Okay, I'll go to staff, to Mr. Howard for an answer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. CRD will be the purveyor of water. They will require statutory rights of way to service the lots individually, and they will be individually metered.
Thank you.
Other questions from members of council? I'll go to Councillor St. Pierre and then Parkinson, please.
Through your worship. The zoning that's presently in place, does it allow for more than one house or home?
Through your worship, the zoning in place right now allows for a single family or a duplex, but it also allows for under accessory uses one secondary suite or small suite. So it just, the same applies in the proposed RU5 zoning. It can have only a single-family dwelling, and the accessory use is a small suite or secondary suite, but no duplexes are allowed on this, the RU5.
Thank you.
Councillor Parkinson?
Through your worship, I would like to make the motion to move bylaw to amend bylaw 600, Souk zoning bylaw 2013 for the purpose of amending the zoning on property located at 5651 Woodlands Road from rural residential RU4 to neighborhood rural residential RU5 with the covenant that no suites be allowed in this zone.
Okay, so that's a motion in favor along with a covenant. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Would you like to speak to it further now that we have a motion on the floor? Sorry, I'm getting...
Through your worship, just a correction. I believe Councillor Parkinson said no suites in the zone. It should be no suites on this property.
On this property, sorry.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Do you have anything to add further, Councillor Parkinson?
No.
Councillor Beddoes, anything further as a seconder?
That was my main concern.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Bateman, please, then to Councillor Logans.
Okay, so here I am on the other side of one of these public hearings for the first time, and I've taken this particular application as a wonderful opportunity to learn a little something here. So the first place I went was the UBCM Handbook of Government Practices, and on the land use regulation issue, on page 156, the three objectives of land use regulation are greater certainty about the future, avoiding negative external effects, and assuring an adequate infrastructure for new developments. So the greater certainty about the future is the zoning as it's currently, in my opinion, as I understand it. And my opinion, again, is pretty skin deep at this moment. But it seems that there was zoning that created the certainty for the people who moved into that neighborhood and who have spoken really cleanly and clearly tonight about the reasons this should not go ahead. We have amended Bylaw 600, which is the zoning bylaw, 46 times since 2013. And this would be the 47th. This is 5 strata homes in a zone where previously just a 1 or 2 in the case of the Panhandle lot across the street. This is an area comprised of agricultural properties. Laughing Duck Farm is just down the street. There's a 12-acre parcel to the northwest. There is the 2 properties side by side there are each a little under 2 acres. There's a 12 acres across the street. In other words, this is it seems to me a precedent-setting decision here that would, as one of the correspondents in the supplementary package noted, would inspire speculative activity and just open the floodgates potentially to subdivisions on these other larger lots. That's this public hearing has told me that the neighbors do not want this. I think NIMBY is got a bit of a bad reputation, that expression. These are neighbors who are standing up for the values of the rural, semi-rural, somewhat rural neighborhood they live in. And I certainly, yeah. Anyway, so that's why I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Councillor Logans?
Thank you. Thanks to staff and to the applicant for being here and presenting today. Let's see here. So first off, I just want to say if council does wish to move this forward, it's probably best to consider less houses with more suites, or with less houses but with suites, than it is just to have houses, because then we at least have a housing mix with the same impact of traffic. It is consistent with our OCP anticipated growth, but the problem I see with that is that it's a bit ahead of its time, so it will, and I think it is ahead of its time due to the clear opposition from the neighborhood. I don't think the neighborhood is quite ready for that move yet, because it will sort of launch that neighborhood into a time of development. And I don't think we're prepared for how that launch might happen. There's that stretch of road along Souk Road where they're turning in and out of that Woodlands and the other roads along that stretch is one of the most dangerous areas along that road because of the large rate of accidents that we have in that area. And I did like that the neighbors brought up the impact on wildlife and the trees, because that is something that's extremely important, and we have to consider things, even though we have a tree bylaw potentially coming forward in our new business tonight, it is something we still have to consider going forward and how that will be impacted. I also see that there will be a huge impact on the children playing on the road. I know that might be something that's quickly overlooked when we hear it from one person, but I'm glad that that was brought up, because I just received a report on my desk today that Canada has a D and a D- in physical activity for over 40 countries in the world. So the more we prevent children from playing on the streets and being outside, the less they're being active, and the huge impact that will create, or that will create a huge impact on our community going forward. So because of those many reasons, but mostly because the neighborhood is clearly not ready for this, I will not be in favor of this change.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
We've been looking at the OCP in terms of the nuts and bolts, and I think that's useful to do because that's our job. But the OCP on a broader level talks about 3 priorities, and those priorities are the environment, the people, and the economy. I would assume in that order. And for me, what that means is that we need to protect the environment whenever we're considering our decisions. We need to consider the people of the community that live here when we make a decision. And finally, we need to consider the economy and how we're going to make money at it. In this particular case, I am also very concerned about speculation, especially since Route 14 is already choked. Woodlands is a problem, of course. That's a small road. But we're looking at Route 14, too. And if we have a lot of new buildings going in the gateway, then we have more traffic even. This is not, for me, about Woodlands in particular. It's really about how we're going to move forward in the future in terms of what development's going to look like in Souk in general. Are we going to keep on allowing it to double? Are we going to be able to have double the cars on Route 14? The only people that are likely to be able to afford the homes in this strat are going to be people commuting. That's more people on Route 14. We can't afford extra people on Route 14 as it is. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I do support this. I think the applicant is not unreasonable in its request. We're looking at 1 acre lots, which I think in this day and age, when we're stuffing 50 houses on 1 acre, it seems I'd be more into having a development like this, very reasonable, fairly small, 1 acre lots, big enough to handle a septic field. I see nothing wrong with this application, and I will be supporting it.
Councillor Parkinson.
And through your worship, I tend to be in agreement with that, in that the lot is, for me, it signifies affordable housing as well for someone who's building there and allowing his family members to live there as well. I like the fact that they are large lots. I'm pleased that there are no suites. I much prefer these types of developments than the condensed ones. So I am still supporting this.
Okay, for myself, I had supported it previously when it was introduced by staff, being that it is consistent with the planning documents that are guiding our district here. I appreciate what council has said in terms of the environment and the nearby residents. So in this way, we're hearing that there's tree protection coming into place. The applicant is preserving some, and others there would be another type of plan submitted and would have to be received to the satisfaction of our internal staff here. This is zoning at this point, so in terms of drainage and the like, that would need to be resolved through further engineering and to meet with the expectations of our internal staff. So those matters must be met, and that's where sometimes we see the number of units change depending on how that is laid out. And of course, traffic is an issue in all places. Some would argue that we don't want strata roads. Others would say the more roads we bring on in as a municipality, the more that we need to maintain in the end. So I think there's a way of finding a balance. I appreciate though the concerns of the neighborhood. So in terms of finding the form and character that meets with them, but I see also that the applicant is trying to achieve a balance and to work within that. An acre lot is still a decent size property. Not everyone can obtain a 5-acre lot not now and maintain it on their own accord, so I too will be supporting the application. So at this point, is there any further comments from councillors? Any questions from members of council on this? I'll call the question then. All those in favor of the applicant? All those opposed? I have Councillor Bateman, Logans, and Councillor St. Pierre in opposition, so the motion carries. For third reading. There is a second part to this, though, and that is that the other part would be then the part on the final adoption that there would need this Section 19 for the road dedication and the like, so that needs to be read out as well, correct? Like we have one to prohibit the secondary suites or small lots, but just in terms of the recommendation, like we don't, this came up in first and second, but it's not required at this point?
No, sorry, council would have already given the first covenants the readings.
Okay.
Or passed
so
it at
done.
that point.
So that's for the housing reserve and for the 4-meter road line and in the like.
Yeah, so
okay,
staff would just ensure that all of those things are checked off before it comes back to council for final reading.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then that's it for this particular item. Okay. Oh, Mr. Howitt?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a note dropped off that there's a white Prius in the parking lot with the headlights on.
A white Prius in the parking lot with headlights on, if anyone has that. Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item, 7.2, which is for 1923 Maple Avenue, please. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Evertse, please.
Good evening, Your Worship of Council. Today we're here because the applicant is applying to amend the zoning of a portion of 1923 Maple Avenue from medium density multifamily 2 or RM2 to small lot residential R3. The purpose of this rezoning is to create 2 narrow lots. The subject property is approximately 0.2 hectares in size and located on the north side of Maple Avenue South. The surrounding land uses are large lot residential, R1, medium lot residential, R2, low density multifamily 1, RM1, and medium density multifamily 2, RM2. Maple Avenue South is predominantly residential in nature on the northeast side and large lot agriculture on the southwest. The applicant is proposing 2 site-specific amendments to the small lot residential R3 zone. Under permitted uses, the only principal use allowed on these new lots will be 1 single-family dwelling. The accessory use will be constrained to only limited home-based business. This restriction of the accessory uses addresses any potential parking concerns that could arise on a small lot. The requirement for multifamily is 1.5 per unit in the back, and for the 2 single-family dwellings on the proposed lots, it would be 2 per unit. The second site-specific amendment is to change the minimum lot size for subdivision purposes from 350 square meters to 250 square meters. The minimum width, max coverage, and setbacks within the small lot residential R3 zone can still be achieved with a lot of this size. If the setbacks cannot be achieved through building design, a variance permit would be required prior to issuance of a building permit. The proposed rezoning area is highlighted here in yellow. Staff supports this application as this style of development will echo other nearby development and fits within the community residential, sustainable land use, and housing goals and objectives in the OCP. Rezoning on the property will negligibly affect the number of units. If the whole site remained zoned as RM2, it would allow for 10 units. The proposed rezoning of the 2 small lots allows for a total of 9.5 units. We would round that down so we lose 1 unit. Infill development allows for a greater range of housing options with minimal impacts on the servicing and infrastructure around it. The proposed lots will share 1 access off Maple Avenue per engineering's recommendations, and cash in lieu is proposed for a 2-meter sidewalk along the frontage. Thank you.
Any questions from members of council to staff? Councillor Logans?
Completely irrelevant, but is anyone else seeing the little dots on the screen, or is that just me? Okay. Just making sure. We'll deal with that later.
I'm not seeing them, so like, what am I not seeing? Okay. Okay. Interesting. I'll keep an eye out. Other questions, Councillor Bateman?
I'm sure you said this, but did it relate 1 parking stall per lot? Is that right? Not lot, per unit.
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman, for the 2 proposed lots, a single-family dwelling has 2 parking spots as the requirement. The multifamily, or the remaining of the lot that's not being rezoned, the parking requirement is 1.5 per unit for that back piece.
And do we know what the size of these units, square footage in these units are? Are they 2 bedrooms? Are they?
What I can squint and see here is that they are about 1,200 square feet with the building envelope, but we're looking at rezoning, so don't get married to the square footage.
Okay. Right.
Other questions from council to members to staff? And I believe the applicant is here tonight. Do you have anything further that you would like to add?
Answer any questions.
Okay.
Maybe a little mood for you guys. Do you have any questions?
Okay, it seems that it's fairly straightforward at this point, so we'll see what comes up in the public hearing if council's good to go. Okay, so the statement that I read out, I do not need to read again because it's been read once for procedures, so we can head straight into the public hearing. And at this point, I'll invite any members to come forward, please, to speak on 1923 Maple Avenue, please.
Good evening, Les Haddad, 6846 Rosalie Place. I live just a couple of driveways down from where this unit is, and I walk past their lots. There's another development that has about a dozen townhomes just almost next door. And I just noticed that the driveway to go into those townhomes is extremely narrow. Like, you can't even get a minivan to go down there when there's cars parked. So my only concern is if the driveway is very narrow, if a fire truck would ever try to get down there, they're stringing hoses from the way at the street. I don't know if that's a fire concern or not, but just something to think about. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haddad.
Jen Smith, 6805 Courts Drive. I just wanted to say that if the public notice shows that diagram, which has what appears to anybody to look like, oh, they're proposing to put 2 houses at the front of the property and that's it, that's misleading. And one of the issues that, although you guys keep saying that that's going to be at development permit stage, you can require exact drawings. You can require these things at this stage. It's just Sioux Council typically has decided not to do that. Staff mentioned something about the last application. If they're not able to fit the requirements, then they can ask for a development variance permit. And that's the same as would happen with any application. So when you're at the zoning stage and you approve something that may or may not fit in, keep in mind that the applicants still have the remedy of going to the variance board. And now that's a separate thing from council. And you never even hear these things. So you don't know what the eventual what actually happened to that property that you rezoned. So the way that we do things, because we're not requiring the development drawings, everything is gone into later. The final application, the final actual development can look very different from what you think and what you hear will be approved. I've heard applicants over and over talk about this is for their family, they're building a second home for the family. Well, if the family actually moves in there, 3 months later they've moved out. So these are just some things to keep in mind. That, is really misleading. So what I'd like to say about that, about the size, is that the proposed minimum lot size for subdivision there is smaller than the small lot size in Victoria in the small lot zone. So when you look at a big urban city like Victoria that has to increase density because they have very little geography compared to the people, and you look at a place like Souk, that's not such a great idea. The staff report quoted Patrick Condon as in good principles for development. Yes, and I think that is a good principle, but those are things that we need to be discussing in an OCP review, not in a site-specific, little bit at a time, changing the whole zone to accommodate one applicant after another. It needs to be a plan. And Patrick Condon, actually, in the Tait, there is a little debate he had with another person in Vancouver with respect to Vancouver development. And I just want to quote some of his words to you. He says, "I happen to think that the official community plan process used elsewhere is forward-looking, while our Vancouver zoning bylaw and map only looks back. If it were forward-looking, we would not be changing the damn thing for every project that comes down the pike." He says, now that's bold. He makes a reference to another neighborhood. He says, our City of North Vancouver neighbours are advancing a draft OCP that anticipates projected 50% increase in population in only 25 years. And it maps locations for all these new homes to boot. He says, now that's bold, that's forward-looking, that's what city councils should do, not spot zone. And then later on, he says, I'll quote you what it is, too. It's the Tait debate, should Vancouver change how it zones big projects? 13th of August, 2014, which is 4 years after the book came out. And I've lost my other page. The point is that the debate was between somebody who believed in spot zoning was a good idea. Now, his whole argument for spot zoning is for all the amenities that you can get for developers. But here in Souk, we're not asking for a lot of amenities. And the ones that we do ask, we usually don't require, often we will not require them in certain situations. Or they'll go after a different zone. So when we spot zone, we're just giving it away. And the person who was talking about the good principles and how you want to have mixed-use development was very definitely believing that the citizens could make those decisions, that it doesn't mean that we're all going to say not in my backyard, that there are areas that the citizens as a whole, that the public will consider would be realistic for small zone development and for infill, because we recognize the principles of smart growth. They're already in our OCP. We want to provide, areas for homeless. One thing that Souk residents are absolutely against, though, is Langford-style development. This application, not that picture of this application, but the 9 units on a very tiny lot, smaller than the tiny lots in Vancouver, in Victoria, would look worse than the ones in Langford. So I didn't support the neighboring rezones when it happened. Nobody likes the look of it. That was in a large acre area as well, that the council decided that they wanted to turn into a multifamily development area. The citizens didn't. It was never designated as such, and then this council is about to do it again. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Other comments from members of the public?
Ellen Lewis, 5526 Road. I tend to agree with Jen Smith, too. Too many, the lots are way too small, and I don't know where this 1.5 cars comes from, because who drives half a car? Drives me crazy. And a 1,200 square foot house is 3 bedrooms, and if you have 2 teenagers, that means 4 cars, and could be 4 cars or more. So I don't agree with this type of density in this area. Don't agree with making lots so small. And then when we have such small lots, we don't have any place for the kids to play, so then we have to have a playground, and then we have to build another playground and buy equipment and have that maintained. It just becomes a big cost to the rest of the community. I don't think that's responsible. I think if we have lots that should support a family. And you know, it's a 1,200 square foot house is obviously for a family, so the lot should support the family. There should be a place for them to go, sit outside, or something if they want to. And I don't think we should be limiting people by making small lots and turning us into a tin grotto. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lures. I'll call second time for members of the public on 1923 Maple Avenue. Call for a third and final time for 1923 Maple Avenue. Okay, seeing no more speakers, I'll call that okay. Last speaker, come on up, please.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
John Broman, 7797 Manitou Road. I'm also Broman Construction. I'm the applicant here for Maple Avenue on the deal. I've been around Souk a long time. I've been building for 45 years, I guess, now. Remodeling houses, rebuilding new houses, and also being a renter. I've been a landlord our family has been a landlord for over 60 years in Souk. I currently rent the house that's on that property in the back, 3-bedroom house. I rent it. It's a shack, but it's livable. Inside it's not too bad. I rent that at $775. $750, actually less than what I said. So I'm all about affordable housing. One of my projects, and I still own a third of it, was over on Tominey Road next door. We did a special zone on that because Souk didn't have what I wanted to do. And I still run into the same problems. We don't have enough diversity. I like to build a mix of houses. The ones on Tominey Road, probably everybody would know it. It's right at the bottom of Tominey and West Coast Road. There's 2 houses facing West Coast Road, 2 small houses, and the bigger one is in the back. When I went for rezoning on that, everybody told me that you could not fit 3 houses on one lot. Can't be done. Just ain't going to have the parking, ain't going to have everything. I made all the parking. The 3 houses, one's a 1-bedroom, one's a 2-bedroom, and one's a 3-bedroom. They all got sufficient parking. Nobody parks on the road. The only people that park on the road is the boat trailers in front of my property. So I make sure I got lots of parking. Most of the houses you'll see on this, for the rezoning part of it here, in general, I don't have to show exactly the whole subdivision. I like to put it out in front, let you guys have a look at what I'm doing. That's why I drew the under the R3, the maximum building envelope. I put that on that application so you guys could see it. I do have a lot of parking in the front of the property there. Will I make wide driveways? Farther up Tomini, I did a bunch of ranchers with suites in them. If you looked at the house, you'd never know there was a suite on it. Nobody on Tomini on my houses park on the road. I got lots of parking in the deal. So I'm all about diversity, small houses. Out of those 3 on Tomini that I built, I made the least amount of money on the 3-bedroom house. I've sold 2, the 2-bedroom and a 3. I have the 1-bedroom. I keep it as a rental, and it's surprising how many small houses I could sell. The smallest one, the 1-bedroom, I could have sold that 10 times. I got a list that are waiting for the development in the back, and I know the lady's got concerns about the back. Do you have the drawings for the back? I didn't bring my paperwork. I've drawn it all up. It's showing for the townhouse. Show the whole thing. It shows for, what was I showing? 6 or 7 houses in the back. So right now we're at a zoning to the just to the south of us. There's a development there, a townhouse. They're zoned in at 11 units or 12 units. So I got a total of either 12 or 13 units I can put on this property if I didn't go ahead. That's not really me. I don't like the big white elephants. I kind of like detached houses, detached townhouses. I helped Suk create a zone that will allow for detached townhouse. So I've owned the property since 2007, and I've been 10 years on it. Just now we're moving into the 11th year. I had a lot of troubles with different covenants that were put on the property, and it just went from one thing to another. When Wendell Milne was the mayor, he straightened things out for me. I was really appreciative of it. We removed a lot of the illegal covenants that were on the property, and we're slowly moving ahead. My biggest concern from the neighborhood, I never had one person against the development that are directly around it, is when are you going to get going? I says, well, I'd like to get going in the summer, but I says, I don't know if I can get going this summer. It might be the following summer. And this is where I argue with staff quite a bit. You got your policies.
Let's talk about the zone.
Yeah. You got policies, and it's difficult. If I get the zoning on this, I still have to go back for a subdivision application on this, and that could take another year or more. And it don't come in front of you guys, but it's paperwork that we got to work on. So small houses, the lady was mentioned that we're smaller than Vancouver. I beg to differ. Langford has under 200 square meter lots. Metchosin has 150 square meter lots. In Metchosin, when you think of a rural, I've got a subdivision plan from my surveyor, and Langford's way under this 250. It's a new size. I think it's a future. I purposely went with one single-family house, no suites. It's less cars. A lot of retired people, if they want to come into a 1,000-square-foot house, they don't want suites below them. They got money, but they want a smaller house. Where do you find that in Suk? You haven't been finding that. What I argue with Suk about is that we need a sliding scale. If I'm doing a lot here and I sold each of those houses for, let's say, between $350,000 and $400,000, I'm paying the same price per lot for DCCs as what the person sold the house for $1 million. There's some $1 million duplexes, and I pay exactly the same amount with $400,000. So there needs to be a slide, and that's what Langford's they have
We
a
can
slide
talk
in
about
there.
that another time. This is just,
Yeah.
we're just dealing with
So
the zone.
Small lots, I'm not the fastest builder or the fastest developer. When I went and talked to neighborhood, I says, I know this neighborhood really good. Just focus back a bit. I used to deliver papers from the center of Souk, all of the west, right down to the water, all the way along Whiff and Spit. And this was on my delivery of this property. And I have 42 houses that I delivered papers to. There wasn't that many houses in Souk back years ago, and people, I've been around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broman. So I'll call for the third and last time.
I just wanted to make it.
Could you reintroduce yourself, please? We're
Jen
for the record.
Smith, 6805 Courts Drive. Just wanted to say it was City of Victoria where the lots, and the small lots, I know I mentioned Vancouver, but it was a misstatement. And it's not that I'm against the small, tiny houses or more affordable houses. In fact, I think that we need to look at that. It's just that I don't think council should decide on a case-by-case basis where they should go. I think the community as a whole should decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith? That's what I said? Okay, so that's effectively closes our public hearing for tonight, and we'll turn back to council for follow-up questions or comments. Councillor Beddoes, then Logans, then Parkinson.
Through your worship, I noticed the fire chief's here, and there was a concern about fire trucks in the adjacent driveway. Is it a concern for you, please? Long walk.
Through your worship to Councillor Beddoes, my name is Chief Ken Mount.
Ignore that, please. Go ahead.
On Maple Avenue South, there's a wide variety of different types of properties on there. We've been focusing more on some tactical objectives on long driveways. The one property that was mentioned that has difficult access, the member of public is correct. We'd probably end up dragging hand lines from the road and doing our best to make sure we're safe as far as our operations and not getting an apparatus too close. I've seen many properties in the area that in Souk since I've been here for a couple of years where I'm definitely concerned about apparatus access. And when I look at plans that come in, that's one of the things moving forward here in the district, that proper adequate access for apparatus is taken into consideration on any kind of application.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councillor Logans. Oh, did you have another question?
I do, actually.
Oh, pardon me. Go ahead, please.
Well, just a comment, and listen to this. And one of the objectives I've heard is that we're sort of looking for more affordable housing for people. And I know some people might think a 1,200 square foot home is large, but to me it's a relatively small home and a little bit more affordable. And I kind of thought that was one of our aims, and I have to agree with the lady that spoke, but we're going to be redoing the OCP, and we can reflect some of these changes in that. But when it comes to this particular development, I see it as one that I would support. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. Councillor Logans, please.
Thank you. Thanks, staff. Thank you to the applicant for bringing this forward and to the speakers today. I'm thankful for actually Ms. Smith's comments about the lot size. That's something we'll have to look into. However, I don't believe that's something we can dive into right now so much. I did look up while Ms. Smith was speaking, the Victoria minimum lot size for a small lot residential is 260, and Langford for a small lot residential is 270, this one being about 250. So to me that is a concern, and we'll have to look into it. However, I do find that this development fits the community, and I do actually purchased a home on Tominee many years ago. It was a beautiful development. It's still one of my favorite neighborhoods in Souk, and the houses were very affordable there. I have faith in this developer that it will be done the right way, so please consider the fire trucks. Thank you.
Councillor Parkinson.
Through your worship, as is my concern, when I went out on Sunday and looked at the property beside it and looked at the driveway, almost every single home had their vehicles in front of it. So they're not in the garage, or they're all just parked there. And every other one was a massive truck that the people owned that were living there. It's so narrow to drive down there. It would be impossible for the fire truck to ever go down there. And if they did get down there, there's no way to turn around. You have to back up because there's no access out. So for this development, I would like to see the roads wider. There's not enough room, and I think it is a fire hazard to have homes like that, and then the ones at the far back, should anything ever happen, that would take quite the feat to take out the fires. And my concern is always about parking, and also on Sunday, the road was filled with cars parked on the side of the road all the way down Maple. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor St. Pierre, then Councillor McMath.
I have a couple of things that I would like to comment on. The first one is actually something that was mentioned in our documents, and that's the 10% for affordable housing. I really appreciate the applicant's concern for affordable housing. I think that the idea of having small homes and having smaller square footage makes a lot of sense. Simply on that basis, I'm in favor. I was curious as to whether or not the applicant had actually considered other forms of densification and affordable housing, duplexes, low-rises, any of the other stuff, but that's maybe for future, maybe for the future. The other thing that I was wondering was whether or not the applicant might be willing to consider, if this is zoned appropriately, the idea of giving something back in the form of a playground, since it's been clear that a lot of this is likely to be for families, and if some space might be set aside for a playground. Thank you.
Councillor McMath, please. Councillor, okay. Councillor Bateman.
Okay. So I campaigned on this idea of the pause that refreshes, that we would get our OCP organized and really move forward with a fresh set of zoning bylaws and outcomes. And the pause I felt in the previous application was the one that we needed to make. I quite accept that, and congratulations to the applicant. However, in this case, I walked in quite all right with it. It seems this is in the town growth containment area in the town center. Effectively, it's close to there's the character of the neighborhood is in keeping. You're Mr. Broman, you're allowed 10 units currently, I think, and it'll be down to 9.5 in the new zoning. And respect to you, sir, I first heard this name Bromanville when I arrived in Souk, and I thought, what's that? And so I'm getting a better sense of where that comes from. And Councillor Smith, former Councillor Smith, also made some very valid points that hopefully we all heard and documented as we move forward into this OCP process. I'm like Councillor Parkinson. I'm concerned about the parking. If someone is a family occupying one of these units, most families have 2 cars these days, and where would they park their second car? Or might they be utilizing BC Transit, which is that's possible as if they don't have the 2 cars. And Maple Avenue was paved at the start of the Mayor Milne administration, and it changed rather dramatically, that from a kind of charming, sleepy, almost like a country road into a bit of a thoroughfare. There's no sidewalks on that street. Interestingly enough, I don't know why they weren't included in the repaving. There's no rolling speed humps to slow the drivers, but those are secondary points. Mr. Broman is dedicating cash in lieu for a sidewalk dedication. So all in all, I think I'll vote in favor of this one, while also hearing what former Councillor Smith had to say and how we need to rethink this further. Thanks.
Councillor Parkinson.
Through your worship to staff, What will the width be for the roadway? Would a fire truck be able to go down it with this new development, with the 2 side-by-side roads?
For clarification, through your worship, to Councillor Parkinson, do you mean Maple Avenue roadway or the Strata entrance
For the
roadway
Strata
that's on
entrance
here?
to go in, yeah.
So it's the standard Strata road of 6 meters right now.
So it'd be narrow.
And that's in our bylaw.
Okay. Any chance of
The approving
increasing?
officer could comment further on that.
Okay, any chance of increasing so that there is room to go up and down that, because next door there's no way. It's impossible. You're going down to visit the person at the last home and you won't get out.
Your Worship, to Councillor Parkinson, speaking on road widths for fire apparatus, when I'm reviewing applications that come forward, there's a few other things that we tend to scrutinize, and those are dedicated fire lanes. So we're making sure that there's adequate width and there's not excessive vehicles parking on the side. And we also are looking at proper turnaround access as well. So the 6 meters is really kind of a bare minimum. We're always looking for further width just for access, and when we get into more complex structures, that's important when we're thinking about the tactical plans where we bring in our ladder truck and the outriggers and short jacking them and things like that. So we can accommodate things with good pre-incident planning, but the fire department's always supportive of a wider road.
Okay, any other questions or comments? My only comment, I'm not going to repeat what's already been said, but I do like the diverse mix that's occurring here. I think smaller floor plans, the more square footage, the more you have to maintain, the more you have to clean, the more you have to look after. So sometimes having less is more. You spend more time enjoying everything that SUG offers rather than cleaning your home and yard. In terms of everyone having their own yard, I think for children it's nice to have kids gather in other places to socialize, meet other people, parents meet with other people, and they get out of their house and property and just, again, explore the amenities that we have. And I think it's just good all around if you get to know who else is living in your community and you're not just in your own house all the time. In terms of Tominey, and I remember the other development there, and how is this all going to fit? I've been on Tominey. I'm not seeing the parking issues that were going to flow out of that one particular development that was done. So we see ways where the applicant is meeting the needs of both the residents, the community, and the area around. Transit is in favor of this, and as we do the future plan there, hopefully we can encourage more people to, as gas prices gets more expensive, insurance goes up, and the cost of vehicle, that you actually switch to transit like many have. Because your commute is more enjoyable than sometimes when you don't have to drive it. So anyway, I'll speak in favor on that. So I'm looking for a motion from council for third reading. Move third reading by Councillor Logans and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Anything further on the motion? See none. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Parkinson is opposed. The motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving along. We have a delegation this evening. Mr. Mick Rhodes is presenting. We do have some on-table materials that were provided, so I'd like to welcome Mr. Rhodes to the microphone, please. Okay, welcome, Mr. Rhodes. Please note with delegations, there is a 5-minute timeline, so there is a timer, and the microphone is yours. We'll have the time on there for you. Go ahead.
It's Mick Rhodes. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I thank you all for allowing me this evening to present to you and to the District of Sault staff a challenge that is really an opportunity, a possibility, if you believe in a world of possibilities. To begin with, it has been stated in our official community plan that our community has expressed a great desire for the District of Sault to increase public access to our waterfront. Our 2009 Town Centre Plan and our 2016 Strategic Plan reiterates and reinforces this vision and desire for public access to our waterfront. Will Sault ever attain this aspiration? Is it possible? Or is it our town's fate? Are we too late to do anything about it? This first slide shows the present undeveloped waterfront property next to Mariners Village that is now owned by Rowanwood Capital Corporation. The next slide there, please, if you may. I filed a Freedom of Information request in September and learned that the District of Sault Planning Department had actively met with Rowanwood on at least 2 previous occasions to discuss the pre-development application for the aforementioned Mariners Village properties. Some notes from the second meeting infer that there were concerns about the height, location of the buildings, concerns about the public's approval of the development plans. But what I found most interesting of all, there was a discussion on whether to put the Mariners Village property up for sale again and look for a more suitable development location elsewhere in Sault. Rowanwood's website provides an insightful understanding of their professional expertise and management style. Check out their website. The art of making a real estate deal. It may be that Rowanwood just might consider a land swap if the District of Sault were to offer some financial incentives. What financial incentives could the District of Sault offer? Perhaps a 6-story complex complete with underground parking, a retail plaza, and a mix of affordable housing units, topped off with higher valued units, would be a better fit on Lot A. Look at the possibilities. There would still be fabulous panoramic views. The upper stories facing south would offer viewscapes of Sault Harbour and Basin, East Sault and the Olympic Mountains. The north side, viewscapes of John Phillips Park, Sault Hills as a backdrop. In addition, would Mr. Martinick, Mr. Thraitz, Rowanwood, consider building our long-awaited health center clinic, perhaps a private-public partnership as part of the development proposal? Or alternately, could the District of Sault and the Vancouver Island Health Authority negotiate a long-term leasing agreement with Rowanwood to build our new health care facility on Lot A? From a real estate perspective, a lot of potential buyers would like the idea of having retail shops and amenities, a medical clinic, and access to green space, all within walking distance. And another selling point, Lot A, the Casa daycare facilities are directly across the road. These are just a few starting points. There are many other options to be considered. If we could have the next slide, please. Thank you. Here's another challenge, or should I say a golden opportunity, a possibility of the Canada-British Columbia Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. This funding program is earmarked to help communities address their public infrastructure needs. The funding is cost-shared by the federal and provincial government. To be eligible, a project proposal must be publicly accessible and provide a variety of different services and programs that reflect local community needs. This funding program could provide well over 70% government funding towards our future Senior Citizens Youth Activity Centre, perhaps our health centre. The next slide, please. Thank you. The District of Sault has created and set aside a Senior Youth Reserve Fund. These reserve funds are to be used for capital design and construction costs related to a new facility that will accommodate both seniors and youth. I think you all get the picture, but it will take a determined outlook and a solid initiative from all stakeholders to meet these challenges head on. There is opportunity, there are possibilities. It will require a tremendous effort and a cooperative spirit. The next slide, please. Or is it already too late? Too far to go? Too many hurdles? Not while there's still time. It's not. I thank you all again for allowing me to speak on these important matters.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Rhodes.
Any questions?
No, it's a great presentation, and we appreciate receiving materials in advance as well.
Great.
Excellent. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Parkinson?
Through your worship, to staff, just wondering if we have applied for this grant or not.
Through your worship to Councillor Parkinson, I'm not sure what grant you're referring to. We've got a number of projects in our capital program, and definitely we look at grant funding sources. We've already earmarked a project for applying for that fund in particular, and it isn't this one. So.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for the presentation and the reminder of what you offered us on the campaign trail. And I think there was a lot of interest and sympathy. No wonder. We need to. That is the last great viewpoint in Souk. So what are we going to do? And it sounds like Mr. Martinick from Rowanwood has your Freedom of Information materials did suggest is open to discussion and negotiation. This Canada, British Columbia Investing in Canada infrastructure program is a 10-year program. $3.9 billion will be invested in BC over those 10 years. And they fall into community, culture, and recreation streams and a green infrastructure stream. So the district is already, as we'll see later, has done a fair bit of grant writing lately, and we have some good things coming. And so we can not necessarily get hung up on this January 13th or 19th deadline for that. The good news is that there is a Lot A Charette coming, which will be discussed a little later, and you're certainly welcome to come to that, and I would think bring these ideas forward into keep it a fluid mix of possibilities.
May I just ask one question, because it was part of my delegation, was as to whether Council has entertained the idea of talking with Rowanwood about maybe doing the land swap, or whether the planning staff, they've met with the owners that maybe they feel that they might consider it. So what I'm hoping is that maybe you can engage Mr. Martinick, Mr. Thraits, and just say, what do you think, guys? So, that's sort of what I'm here for, is just let's engage them, and perhaps there are possibilities. The Rowanwood, basically, they're professionals. And if anything, they're a holding company. They will grab up some land, and they will find an investor that will come in and build. It's not a matter of they're going to build, but they'll find someone to do it. And this is where you have your planning department that sits down with them and says, hey, what do you think about Lot A, guys?
Okay.
Maybe we could get our health center clinic.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
All right. Thank you, too.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay. We're moving on, please. Thank you. We still have the balance of the agenda, so we'll move into item 9, public question and comment period. So this area here is for any items on tonight's agenda, with the exception of the 2 public hearings whose hearings have closed, and we cannot receive any further information. So we'll be on any other item on tonight's agenda. And there is a 2-minute allotment for each speaker, and if you could please introduce your name, introduce us, and also let us know which item in the agenda you're speaking with so we can refer to it.
Jennifer Smith, 6805 Quartz Drive. Referring to the strategic planning item, I just want to refer Mayor and Council to a email that I wrote that should be on your tables. And because I only have 2 minutes and it's longer and be faster for you to read it, I just thought I'd give you my 2 minutes to read it. And if any member of the public is interested, I have extra copies for them because unfortunately nobody else gets to hear. But it's with regards to combining the strategic planning budget with the OCP consultation budget and post the CAO vacancy as soon as possible. And I provided a rationale.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. And I think Council would like, the speaker is providing her time to us to read her email. Everyone reading? We're good. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Okay, any other speakers for tonight's agenda?
Ellen Lewis, 5526 Road. I just would like to say that I support the presentation that Jen Smith made in regards to your strategic planning and the OCP and your CAO. I think it's very timely and very well thought out, and I hope you consider it. I also want to say I support what Mick Rhodes is proposing, to do something better with that lot, because as you know, previous council has said to put 6 stories right up to the road there, and we would totally lose that view, totally. And it was interesting because I was talking to our youngest grandson today, and I used to take the 2 grandsons from Journey, drive up Drennan Road and wait forever trying to get across Souk Road, bringing them back from school. And they always said, Grandma, don't let them ruin that view. Don't let them ruin that view. And when Mick came up with that idea about keeping that view, I totally knew what he was talking about, because it's fantastic. And it is the harbor, the basin, East Souk, the mountains. Really, we don't want to lose that, and I really think we should be very careful how we do this. And there's an opportunity there, and he's opened it up for us, and I think we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Other speakers this evening? You just turn on the microphone, sir, please, so we can all hear you. Just on, there we go. Thank you, sir.
Don Barber. I live at 6591 Lincroft Road, which is part of the dream that Mick has. We moved here 2 years ago. We've been in the BC for 6 years now. I come from Ontario. I sat on a council for 6 years in the 80s where we did a master plan, and part of it was just exactly what you're talking about here, promoting what you have. Every morning I get up for a walk, I stand at the top of the road and look at that view and just cannot believe it. I also have a boat in the marine, and a lot of people come down and they ask, can we get to the water here? These are people from out of town. And basically, what the biggest asset I think you have now is a boardwalk along the harbor, and I think you should really look closely at this piece of property and what it could be. It's a dream, but take a look at New York City from the air and see that big park in the middle of it, and just wonder what happened, how that ever got there. Look at the asset it is. I think this would be a great project. Every project needs a dreamer. Mick is a dreamer. You need engineers and financiers, people to get behind it. But I think you're missing a big opportunity if you don't take a good look at that lot, because that could be the center core. People drive through here, they gas up to go further down the road. There's no reason why they wouldn't stop here and enjoy the piece of beauty that you have here. So that's my 2 minutes. I spoke to some people in the property, and they would really welcome anything like that in the area. And I think it's a great opportunity for Souk to develop and become a tourist attraction.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks
Barber.
for my 2 minutes.
Thank you. Other speakers this evening? Okay, so we'll move on with tonight's agenda to item 10, please. Item 10.1, Intercommunity Business License Bylaws 702, please. And welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Tonight I'm presenting a proposed bylaw for the Intercommunity Business License Program that will encompass Vancouver Island, most of the communities on Vancouver Island. Currently, the District of Souk is involved with an intermunicipal license scheme that involves 13 municipalities on the Lower Island. What this new license will provide the opportunity for mobile businesses, those in the construction sector, etc., to ply their trade up island when the jobs dry out here. The Ministry of Jobs, Trade and Technology has been working with the municipalities on the Lower Island for a year and a half to prepare reports and present the options to municipalities in hopes of reducing the red tape and making us more business friendly. So basically, the cost to the District of Sauk is negligible. It will balance out, so it will be revenue neutral. The new business license, in terms of the dollar value to the business holder, will be $170 a year and afford much more mobility. The current mobile business license that we have now is $100. So the options will still be there for the $100 license fee, so businesses can work on the Lower Island, and $170 to work as far up as Campbell River. The report has been presented prior to council, the previous council, to get approval in principle to go forward with the bylaw. And so tonight we've prepared the bylaw for your first and second reading. However, I do note that there was a mistake on the title, the District of Sauk. The title was missing, and it should read Intercommunity Business License Bylaw 2018, bylaw number 702. Oh, second and third. Okay. So if you have any questions, hopefully they're easy and I'll be able to answer them.
Okay. Just a thought, like, should a trade come to Sauk to do any type of work, whether it's construction or build a staircase or whatever, then they would be required to have a valid business license from Sauk to do work in Sauk, or would it be based out of where they were located?
If the trade has a business location, then they're obligated to apply for the business license where their business location is.
Okay, so where they're headquartered.
If they don't have a business location or a premise, then they can apply in any municipality.
Okay. Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm just curious as to what the status quo is right now for businesses. I was a contractor for a long time, and I was a small business, so maybe this applies to the larger businesses, but I generally traveled around pretty easily. Is it needed? What's the status quo, or and also what are the advantages to the actual people being affected?
The advantages for businesses, certainly the municipalities have a database of those businesses that have licenses. I frequently field phone calls from the Better Business Bureau and for people looking for trades, in a particular area. While I don't recommend one, I will provide a list of those that have the business licenses, and as well they're posted on our website for people that are interested. Absolutely, all businesses are required to have a business license. And that's something that we're striving for, is for increased compliance. The goal is to have all people working within Sauk have a business license.
Councillor Beddoes and Parkinson?
Yeah, I was just a little unclear. As it stands right now, if somebody comes down from Campbell River, through your worship, down from Campbell River to work in Sauk, they are right now required to come to Sauk and get a business license to work here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and this would eliminate that, is that, and our tradespeople could go up to Campbell River and work without taking out a second business permit. Okay, just want to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Councillor Parkinson?
Through your worship, so that was my question as well. So it's for the benefit of going up island and into different areas, not within our jurisdiction or anything. So I'd like to move the recommendation that council give first. Can we do all three one at a time?
We can do them as a block.
First, second, and third reading to the bylaw cited as Intercommunity Business License Bylaw number 702, 2018.
Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Anything further on the motion? See none. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Mills, for the presentation and the report. Moving on, please, we have item 11.1, the SEAPARC Expansion Development Permit.
Through your worship, the SEAPARC Leisure Centre has applied for a development permit to add a new fitness centre and multi-purpose room to the existing centre on Phillips Road and to reconfigure the existing parking lot as well. This development permit falls under Development Permit Area Number 2, Community Growth Areas, and is being brought before Council as an exception to the Development Permit Delegation Bylaw Number 705, as it is an institutional development over 2,500 meters square gross floor area. So a lot of times the development permits don't come before council.
Right.
So the SEAPARC itself is located at 2168 Phillips Road, close to the intersection of Phillips Road and Souk Road. It is approximately 160 meters west of the Souk River. It's located in the OCP land use designation of community residential, an area which is primarily dedicated to low and medium density residential growth. It's zoned P2 community facilities, which is a zone that permits institutional uses such as SEAPARC. In the zoning map, you can see up there with the SEAPARC site in orange. The surrounding land uses include RU4 rural residential, P2 community facilities, which is the Souk Region Museum directly to the south, P1 public recreation, the Souk River campsite, RU2 rural, and RM2 medium density multi-family. The SEAPARC site is currently served by BC Transit Route 64, which with a stop directly in front of the building. However, service on this route is limited. More frequent service is available at the corner of the Phillips Road and Souk Road, Route 61. So SEAPARC building currently contains a pool and a sauna facility, as I'm sure you know, a skating arena as well, and multi-purpose rooms. The addition of a fitness center was identified in their SEAPARC's 5 to 10 year medium-term expansion plans as part of their strategic plan, with some enthusiastic support from members of the community for such a fitness facility. The proposed building, the area approximately in orange here on the site plan, would add about 500 square meters to the existing structure, increasing the total floor area by about 11%. And includes not only the fitness center but also a new multi-purpose room and a new child minding / boardroom. Another significant proposed change to the creation is the creation of an expansive new entrance courtyard, which you'll see in red on the site plan there, which includes bike parking, a raised planter, main entry canopy, and a raised sloped crosswalk to the parking lot. As well, in red, you'll see that there's been a slight expansion, a slight widening of the existing sidewalk along the, it's oriented to the south, but it's actually the western face of the building. Finally, the applicants are proposing a reconfiguration and slight expansion of the parking lot to accommodate the proposed addition. That's showing up here in blue. And of particular note is the new drive aisle and the addition of 15 parking stalls on the north end there, and I believe it's 5 or 6 at the south end. So here's just the proposed expansion elevation plans. The new building would be approximately 5.7 meters tall, featuring a sloped roof design. Some of the materials proposed include white seam metal for the roof, aluminum framed glazing windows, and a large solar screen wood finish along the southern face of the structure where the SEAPARC signage would be. So although I want to make this clear that this is landscaping is not a requirement as part of this development permit, the applicant has submitted the attached landscaping plan as a conceptual drawing. Staff, just be clear again that this is purely conceptual and that bonding for landscaping, in this case, would occur as a prior to issuance condition of a building permit. The applicant has not finalized their landscaping plans. So proposed are, you can see here, about 5 trees that are planted in the parking lot, as well as a small evergreen vine along a portion of the building's existing facade, which would be just that sort of rectangular piece there. You'll see in the renderings. So here's some of the renderings that have been prepared to give you a good idea of the proposed building and the courtyard, especially. In particular, you'll note the bicycle parking, the proposed crosswalk as well. So I think given that SEAPARC is an integral community hub and meeting place that plays host to the annual Souk Fine Arts Show, staff feel strongly that public art should be incorporated into the design of the facility wherever possible. Section 4.8.2H of the official community plan supports the integration of public art in the design of public and private development. And the applicant is proposing to accommodate the existing public art piece, which you'll see in the photo on the left, into the new entry courtyard, so that expanded courtyard, which shows up in the rendering there. Staff would just encourage any future opportunities for public art to be explored at this location, especially along the corrugated metal of the building, but this is not a requirement of the development permit. So in terms of the official community plan, the proposed development meets many of the objectives, especially some of the guiding principles around recreational opportunities, opportunities for greater arts presence, leisure, and upgrades to recreational infrastructure is wording that comes directly from our OCP, opportunities to promote, enhance, and maintain physical and mental social well-being, and to strengthen and diversify recreational-related activities in particular. Now, as I mentioned, it falls under development permit area number 2. It meets many of the form and character guidelines of that section, just related to consistent architectural design and high-quality materials in particular. However, staff have noted that safe pedestrian path networks were not shown in the site plan in terms of wider sidewalks and trails connecting to the surrounding neighborhood, which is something that, speaking with the applicants, has been addressed, as I'll discuss in a moment. So in terms of our zoning bylaw, the height, setback, and lot coverage requirements have been met. The applicant is proposing 140 parking stalls, so that is a slight decrease from the current number of parking stalls at SEAPARC, which is 146, but is well above our requirement of 127. There is an issue, before I'll get into they've provided 30 bike parking spaces, so that's also in excess of our bylaw. The issue that did come up was in relation to the width of their proposed drive aisle. So that would be the sort of the driveway into the parking stalls of the site. So you'll see on the site plan that would be that sort of area in orange there. Now this is a little bit of an issue because we do not have a definition for this type of drive aisle in our bylaw. So we define parking aisles. Drive aisles as those that have parking spaces perpendicular, as you'll see in the diagram on the left, that back in and out of the parking stall or out of the drive aisle, but not those that serve the parking lot but don't have parking perpendicular to them. So in our bylaw, we define those parking maneuvering aisles as having to be a minimum of 7.5 meters. However, staff have conceded that because we do not have a definition for this situation, that the applicant's proposed change to 6.6 meters, which came about as part of the referral process with BC Transit, 6.6 meters being the minimum required to run the buses through the site. They've proposed to meet that requirement in addition to the 6 meters that's currently proposed. So staff have conceded that that would be appropriate, given that we do not have a definition for this type of a drive aisle. And this would be, I'll discuss in a moment, addressed through a prior to issuance. So staff would recommend that it be addressed through a prior to issuance condition. So yeah, as you'll see, you'll note that in the report that you have before you, this was prepared prior to our discussions with the applicant, and they, based on our discussions, we've dropped one of the prior to issuance conditions, one related to the 3 disabled parking spaces, which have met the bylaw and are long enough. There was a misinterpretation of the site plan. However, we still have these 2, which have been reworded to reflect what I was just discussing. So the drive aisle of 6.6 meters throughout the subject property, as well as addressing the pedestrian connectivity. So staff had discussions with the applicant about this point, and are suggesting that a revised site plan indicating the extension of the sidewalk along the western face of the building around the southern end of the parking lot to a new crosswalk connecting to an improved existing graded gravel path towards Phillips Road be constructed. So I'll just show that on the map here. So this is a rough approximation of our discussion there. So you'll see in the picture on the right there's an existing gravel pathway there, but it's in very rough shape. So as we discussed, having that sort of extension where there's an existing sidewalk along the face of the building around to a new crosswalk, and then connecting to that existing pathway, but that existing pathway being graded and improved for pedestrians, especially to access Phillips Road, as there's many people walking from the bus stop and the museum in that area there. So our recommendation is that Council authorize the issuance of development permit PLN 01407 for the purpose of creating an addition to the SEAPARC leisure facility subject to the attached prior to issuance conditions that I just discussed.
Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. Very excited to see this come before us tonight and all the work that's happened on this. It's, we've been aware of it for some while, so it's just good to see it rolling here. Does the applicant's representative have anything further to add at this point, or any, just sort of see how questions are and that sort of piece? Okay, so just a couple of things. And this may be for staff or the applicant. It's the part on the pedestrian connections. So I can see the need. Like, I appreciate the driveway. I know the site myself. It's just there's been a lot of ongoing conversations about the connector. Suk, in 2013, we applied for a grant to do the connector road from Throop to Phillips Road, which would come out on the north end of that property. And it was a grant condition type of application that we didn't receive, and it may have been the first or second time that we had looked into doing that. And so I'd always sort of been aware, I'm now on the commission, and Councillor Beddoes is joining me, that at some point egress in and out of SEAPARC might change should that connector road actually go ahead. And I seem to recall the discussion that it did go ahead then, that we would be looking at obviously widening of Phillips. There would be a need for a sidewalk, and even the museum would be impacted further below because of where the road is and the trees and the like. So all of that would change. So it's sort of always been a grant conditioned, grant alternative. However, just as we look at our transportation plan and what that would be, I just sort of wonder of that impact there. Also, and maybe this is something the applicant how does this fit in with the overall scope of the project? Because there was a certain amount that the commission had put forward as an estimate for this particular project, and the site has been difficult. When you look at SEAPARC, you think, oh, there's a lot of land there, but when you actually look at the topography, it's a challenging site. And so at one point, the fitness expansion was proposed to be actually at the rear of the building on the Phillips Road side. However, it then determined with the amount of services in the ground that would have to be relocated and the like, the expansion had to move to the front because there's significant hydro transformers and gas lines and everything coming in at the rear. So that ended up changing the scale. So it was just a case of hearing about rising construction costs. Will there be, we've already seen and heard that the library has had to tweak their design because of the construction costs and fitting into the overall budget that is being proposed. So in this case, can these changes be accommodated with the budget that's proposed, or are we going to be looking at a change to the design, an impact to what SEAPARC has planned? Or is it all good? Like that's, sorry, Mr. Kanoki, you'll need to come to the microphone to address that. So I just also want to be cognizant that in the case of that we do increase everything, it's still our residents that will have to pay for it through a requisition. This isn't a private developer. This is another public entity who serves all of us through the CRD. So we would then be hit that those funds would not come from private sources. It would be from CRD, our residents, 80% or whatever, and 20% from the Wanafuka that would need to make those adjustments. So that's just something I just want to raise from my being on the commission.
Costing for the construction is very sensitive on this project. Anything we take away from the physical building of the facility will result in restrictions in the amount of service we can provide. So very cognizant of the fact that adding a trail, adding anything to this project, or any extra demand put on this project could have impacts on the building. So with this in mind, we've been working with cost consultants to find out if we can make these things optional, and working with planning to find out, you know, how far we need to go in the design and in these requirements. So it's definitely on our radar, and it's been a challenge.
Okay. Just see the planning and we'll be responding. Yeah.
Just for some perspective for council, your worship, from planning's perspective, it's very difficult for planning to require of private developers pedestrian connections when on our civic sites, though this may not be owned by the District of Sauk. We're not setting that example, and so I want to just relay that as we move forward with developing areas like Lot A and other institutional sites, when we decide that element isn't important on our own institutional sites, it's very difficult for staff to then require that of private developers.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Comments, Councillor Logans?
Yes, I have a comment. I'm actually really disappointed about the plan for not having that connectivity, and I understand that budget is a huge constraint. That's what we deal with here every day. But SEAPARC is the leader in our community for sport, leisure, recreation, and it is not currently accessible by pedestrians in any form from Sauk Road. So I really would put a priority, not just due to the reasons that staff just listed, but due to the reason that we need to have equitable access to our recreation facilities in our community.
Councillor St. Pierre, then Parkinson.
Put that on. Would it be possible to look at the slide of the entrance, please? That's good. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, well, that's fine too. Okay, so what I see here, I know that the comments in the report talked about how beautiful it is, but at least to me, it doesn't necessarily seem to reflect Sauk in any way, shape, or form. I mean, for me, this is something that could be in any municipality, any town, Langford, whatever. It's a lot of glass, it's a lot of metal. It's not actually that nice looking. SEAPARC is actually pretty important. I live in Sun River. I use it all the time. It's one of the centerpieces of Sauk. And I think we have an opportunity here, given this is the entrance to actually do something a little bit nicer than this. I noticed that a lot of pavement has been put in. We've lost some green space. That means that water infiltration is not going to be happening as easily. We should be looking at best practices in terms of all of our assets, in terms of things like getting water back into the ground. This is not what's happening here. We have 5 trees. We could actually have a canopy at the front. We used to have, or actually we still have, a picnic table, but that picnic table doesn't seem to be here anymore. There's some seating, but I don't know if anybody's noticed it rains a lot in Souk. So there's a roof here, but the roof could be extended, potentially, and I know that's a cost. I'm aware of the budget restrictions, but at the same time, we have young people who are asking for a mall. And the reason they're asking for a mall is because it's indoor space where they can hang out. This is a space that's actually really important to young people in Souk, but there's nowhere to hang out of the rain. I would suggest that in terms of design, it might be really nice to actually consider some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. And I'll share that the Commission did have that conversation, but it was also a way of progressing the project, meeting the grant conditions, meeting the budget, the expectation of rising costs and the like. So it was, how do you balance those things? And that's sort of how this came out. Okay. Councillor Parkinson.
Through you, Your Worship, to staff, would there be any other grants that the district could apply for pedestrian walkways from there, so that we could look at doing something like that?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Parkinson. We did build a sidewalk on Phillips Road. I'll have the Director of Development Services speak to us.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't really answer the question about the grant, but a couple of years ago we did some sidewalk work on Phillips Road, and we were going to do some more sidewalk work as well as revising the pedestrian crosswalk on Phillips Road, because the existing crosswalk is not located in a particularly suitable location. In dealing with the manager of SEAPARC over the last couple of years, it was indicated to us that there was going to be some remediation on their access generally. So we weren't going forward until such time that we received something from them with regards to what the access would look like in the final stage. In dealing with the manager, I understand that there'll be something coming in the next, I don't want to nail him to the wall on this one, but I think he said something like in a year or so that you would be coming forward with some thoughts and ideas of potential upgrading of the access, and we would look at trailways along Phillips Road at that time.
Thank you.
Does the consultant have a response for that, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tom Moore, Studio 531 Architects. Sorry you are not enamored with the design you've come up with. Maybe you were hoping I wasn't in the room, but
no.
Just to address a couple of the comments that you made, I think is important to point out a few things. That, in fact, there is a lot of covered seating here. So if you look at this particular rendered view, you'll see where the bus is parked. There's some benches that are placed along the edge of the building, right by the bus loading area. And there's a very broad overhang that you can see in the rendering in the lower left corner that extends beyond where that seating is. So there is covered seating for people waiting for the buses and waiting for school buses or team buses to park. Long term, there's a plan. There is a considerable increase in the amount of bicycle parking that is allowed on the site, and to encourage people to use bikes as a form of exercise and transportation to get to the site. Incorporated in the plan of this new plaza entrance that we've created is in fact seating outside, which you can see in the top rendering there. What's not shown in this particular rendering is also a concept that we have that there would be a bike shelter also to cover that parking that we've provided. And budget willing, we certainly hope to be able to exercise that and get that in the project. So we have a plan for it for that particular cover as well. With regards to it being unfriendly and no wood and on Souk Lake, I can tell you there will be more timber and mass timber in this project than any building that is currently built in Souk. So the whole concept of the fitness area and everything incorporates CLT, cross-laminated timber structure, which is 100% mass timber in terms of the beams and the slabs and the interior finishes of the building, as is the bike shelter made out of entirely CLT mass timber products. So it's not evident for purposes of maintenance and creating a robust building. The outside of the building is clad in cement board. It's actually a Swiss Pearl product with an integral color right in the product. And that is there for a very simple operational requirement that the building withstand the very public nature of its use. But as I say, on the inside of the building, on the soffits and with the lattice where the sign is, it is all wood expression. So I just wanted to make those points in terms of the intent of the design and the way we've tried to articulate the building. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Parkinson, then McMath and Logans.
Through your worship, when we talk about the definition for drive aisles, and then BC Transit states that the minimum requirement is the 6.6, is that sufficient for them, or should it be like at 7, like to make it for safe passage for children?
Through your worship to Councillor Parkinson, yeah, my understanding is the referral comments received from BC Transit say that their minimum individual lane for buses is 3.3 meters, so then bi-directional being 6.6, and that's just for...
And that should be sufficient.
That should be sufficient, yes.
Okay. And then my last question, through your worship, is for the artwork that's being on the building there. I was wondering if the Souk program for the arts, for the District of Souk Arts program, whether they would have any input into the public art there.
Well, the public art, though, is existing, right?
You're not adding anything?
No.
Not adding any artwork to this project? Okay, now we have a problem.
So the artwork, just for historical context, the artwork that was there was gifted by the Souk Fine Arts Show, Fine Arts Society, as SEAPARC has been hosting the Fine Arts Show, and it's on a 2-year agreement, I believe, that's renewed every 2 years or so. And the artwork was there, and there was a ceremony for the unveiling of it. So, yeah. Okay.
But, so there will be no artwork in this new gym?
Just think of it as a blank canvas for the spa committee. No, it's not. We heard from staff it's not a condition of the development permits, so it's not there. Councillor McMath?
So, Your Worship, you say that budget is really tight and that the green that's shown just in the conceptual drawings, that doesn't actually mean that it will be there. Is there something, like, does your budget, 1, include the cost of that greenery? And 2, is it possible to make it contingent on having that greenery there? Anyone can answer.
So with regards to the budget, those items are being priced as optional, which means that if we can afford them, we'll proceed with them. But if they come in, we come in over budget, there'll be items that we can pick and choose. There's items like covered bike parking, there's landscaping, there's several items that have been identified as optional. So those are just based on the market, the construction market. So if we get good prices back, we can proceed, and that's how it's been priced at this point.
In your budget process right now, what is sort of the expectation that you'll come in under?
So our cost consultant, we've had 2 rounds of costing right now. I guess the good news in all of this is that the building per se and the additions to the building, the fitness, the multi-purpose rooms, and the child minding room, and all of those components of the project have been coming in very well and very, very much on budget. As a matter of fact, over the second costing that we've just completed, it's been reduced a little bit. And the bad news and the challenge right now is that the site works, in fact, has gone up 4 times since the first budget was done. So with our client, CRD, and with Steve, we've been identifying separate price items. So the plan is still there for these elements to be included in the plan at tender time, but to make sure that we manage the budget in such a way that we can actually achieve the main goal here, which is the fitness and multi-purpose rooms. We're going to identify certain components of the project that Steve's been talking about as separate prices, and then we can work towards that. So, the other good news, I think, is that we do have a plan. We have an overall plan and funding permitted. We know where things can come. If we can't get it all done in this particular phase of the project, we'll end up with the building. We'll end up with the fitness center, which is badly needed, I think, at SEAPARC right now and for the community. And we can add these elements in as we go in future phases.
And in your list of optional items, how do you prioritize your items?
We work with our clients, and we look at what would essentially be the bare bones of what would be required to make the building operational, would be that, and then we start adding in components. We actually are planning a meeting because we're getting close to getting ready for tender in the next week or so to actually have that discussion about how to prioritize these different elements so that we know when we get it out for tender how we can go about that, but that meeting hasn't happened yet.
Thank you.
Councillor Logans?
Thank you. I have a question through you to Chief Mount, if I may. I just wanted to ask about the 6.6 meter driving aisle and how that might impact the fire department, if at all.
Your Worship, to Councillor Logans, the 6.6 meters would be adequate for driving access. SEAPARC being a complex structure, it's got an open parking lot as well. So when we're doing our tactical planning and how we respond to it, it's all about proper staging locations and bringing our apparatus into a predetermined location. So something like this in this plan shouldn't be impacting how we actually will function if an incident happens at that site.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, just on another note, I just wanted to comment on the concept here and the use of this. I think it's a wonderful plan that we're going to have a spot that, for instance, my wife can take her grandkids swimming, and I don't swim very well, so I could go to the fitness room and work out. God knows I need that. I just think this will be such a wonderful addition to our community, and if we don't get it all done in the first go, at least we get the basis in there and get on with something that makes our community that much more livable. I'm very much for this. Thank you.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah. So SEAPARC, one of the jewels of the community, I think. It's been a work in progress for how long now? 30 years? 40 years. Okay. And it continues. And this is the latest phase. You'll have your all-season boxes 2 years from now, I think, or so. And it sounds like this is phased. You will do what you can now. When researching the library projects, construction costs have gone up 12% year to year, according to the local Builders Association on Vancouver Island. So costs are going up. And yeah, but congratulations. I saw I think it was you who brought forward the consultants report, perhaps in 2014 or so, and I saw that, and the fitness room was at the back of the facility, as Mayor Tait says, and now you've got this swank new, variable, depending on what you... I like the look of it. So thank you. Okay.
Councillor Parkinson?
Through your worship, I'd like to move the recommendation that council authorize the issuance of the development permit, PLN 011407, for the purpose of creating an addition to the SEAPARC Leisure Centre, subject to the attached prior. Do we need that on there? Prior to issuance conditions.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Discussion on the motion.
No, I'm good.
So
get
we
to work.
want to get on with it. My recommendation or advice back to yourselves to take to the commission, which is myself, so I talk to myself, but that's okay. I do it regularly, is to push the changes that are needed. I think the cover over bikes is very important. When people get out and they're working out, like you need to have that level of protection. It's a bit safe. Maybe there's some lighting and the like. And it just may be then that the requisition to SEAPARC needs to increase. It's been a very reasonable one to date. I think it's just, and I appreciate all the fine tuning that has been done, but I would not want to see you sacrifice anything within the facility that is needed for our growing population. Obviously, council has given input and would like to see more pedestrian connectivity, which is important, and all of these different elements. I know that you've been trying to manage and to work in just to stay really on cost. We all hear that. We all appreciate that work. At the same time, there's so many needs of the growing, evolving community. Like to see that outdoor playground get going, the lacrosse box, all of those things. So really, I think you want to finish this, so then you can move on to the other items, and that would be sort of my advice to you. And Councillor Parkinson and I are at the board, and we will speak in support of it there. No, I will, and Councillor Parkinson will, and I know she'll be in touch with you from artwork. So let's just move this part on, work with our staff to get those pieces done, and I think that'll be a win-win for everyone. But we're really excited. Thank you for your patience in being here tonight, and just looking forward to seeing you move forward with success in this. Okay. Did I call the question? No, I didn't. Last comment, Councillor Logans.
Oh no.
Oh God.
I just want to also echo what Mayor Tait said. The design looks great. I know I may have come across a bit negative, but I want to see this done right the first time. And if that means we have to go over budget, I am all for it. So I'll support the motion.
No, don't take her advice on that.
Okay. Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and be in touch soon. And thank you, staff, for your work on this file and for getting it here tonight. Okay, next up, we're breaking ground, new history as well. Oh no, that's Cains Park staircase, which is still exciting, but we'll get to cannabis shortly. Cains Park staircase, please.
Cannabis.
Mr. Derrick, welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. So I'm here to present for the contract award for the Cains Park staircase. So where is Cains Park? It's located at the end of Kennedy Street South, east of Town Center, southeast of Souk Elementary School. Zoomed in, you can see where it is there. Of note, at the end of Kennedy Street South there is where we completed the drainage project earlier this year, where you can kind of see the pipe on the left side of that road right-of-way, or the old existing pipe that we replaced. So as a result of that project, we cleared the slope down at Cains Park, because previously it was inaccessible and you couldn't really see the beachfront from there. So the embankment, as you can see, the reason for a staircase is that it's rather steep and straight down to the water. In the summertime, the water is considerably further out, but this is the slope from the bottom. Although the hydro seed's in now, if you were to have walked that earlier on in the summertime, you would have seen quite a few footsteps. There was desire lines all the way down that slope from people accessing the beach. So who uses it? Primarily it would be local residents, and as well as some of the students from Souk Elementary. I know Laura Hooper, our head of parks, has heard from the school themselves, and they say that they use it quite a bit for field trips, just for the easy water access. You can see, kind of looking at this map, that there's not a whole lot of parking in the area. Anyone that's driven on Water Street knows that it's quite narrow and has very little parking amenities, but we don't expect at this time that it's going to be much of a destination park, perhaps. It'll more service local residents as opposed to bring people to the area. Moving onward, so the budget implications for the Cains Park staircase is that we would be taking, because the project came in over budget, we would be taking money out of the Furwood Park Trail connection budget, which is a $10,000 budget. Fortunately, we won't actually require that budget, as the Furwood Park Trail connection will be covered by a developer through, I can't remember the subdivision, but basically it's getting done for us. So As for the possession point access to water, given the late stage of the year, it's unlikely that we'll be able to tender that project this year as it is. So if council was interested in the project, we would just bring it up during the 2019 budget deliberations to be included in next year's budget. Also associated with that possession point budget, in case any of the homeowners around the area are watching online or are present, there was a small drainage issue that we are going to deal with a right-of-way with some erosion, so we would still be proceeding with that from our drainage maintenance budget, so that wouldn't be getting put on hold. It would just be the actual access to water at the end of the possession point cul-de-sac. One small correction to the report is in the financial impact section. The final line should read $29,995 instead of $34,995, because it's actually only a $30,000 budget, so that would be impossible. For quotes that we received 2 quotes for the project. The tender was open for 3 full weeks. Rolling Tides Construction Incorporated produced a quote of $54,995 plus GST. Aegis Builders Limited provided a quote of $58,050 plus GST. So the recommendation would be to proceed with budget transfers from the 2 accounts and then award the general services agreement to Rolling Tides Construction, the low bidder, for $54,995.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Derrick, for the report. Questions from Councillor? Councillor Parkinson.
Through your worship to staff.
Microphone.
Thank you, your worship. To staff. So would they, if we give it to Rolling Tides and they don't start till next year, would the fee not go up for that then?
Through your worship, no. Once they provide a quote, if we accept their quote, we would create a general services agreement or a contract based on that quotation. So the price would be locked in at that point.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I went down there today and had a look at the site, and it looked to me like a staircase into the water, but I understand that there is different tides and things. I have a great deal of difficulty spending $54,000 on a staircase down to that section of the beach in a very remote sort of area that I even had a hard time finding. No parking, and it would be a stretch at $25,000, but I'm loath to spend $54,000 on something that I don't think will be used that much. We have a lot of sidewalks that we need in this community. I'd much rather put that money towards that. So I'm not in favor of this project.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beddoes. Other comments? Just one group that walks that we don't see a lot of is the school program. So as Mr. Derrick alluded to in his program, there are grade 4, 5. Sometimes they visit or I visit them at the school, and they do go out and about. They walk about the community. They go down. We're looking at with the Demonial crossing. To get access to the river to do studies, and of course down to this particular area as well. And they do move about, which I think is great because they're outside looking at the natural environment rather than just looking at it within a schoolroom. So I think in some cases, yes, there is the residents in that particular area, those that walk and visit it. It doesn't attract vehicles, so maybe that's why it's a bit of a, usually it's the congestion of vehicles that draws you to a site. In this case, it's one that is focus on a pedestrian access point. There's been a call for it because this is why staff is bringing it to us, is just from the feedback from residents and user groups within the area, and that's what's leading us to where it is now. Any other comments or questions? Councillor St. Pierre? Councillor Logans?
I was just wondering if the design would actually include platforms to basically observe, or if it's just straight down to the water.
Through your worship, at this stage, the design just includes essentially a 2-step staircase with a 3-meter platform in the center, but there's no particular viewing platform. However, prior to issuing the general services agreement, staff would be meeting with the contractor to walk the site and kind of discuss. Being a field fit design, the design drawings themselves aren't necessarily locked in. We have our specifications locked in, but we'd be meeting with the contractor to kind of iron out exactly how we want to approach the site and access the slope.
It sounds like it might be possible to request that as part of the design that happens ad hoc. Is that correct?
Through your worship, to a certain degree, it would be something we could potentially request at the top of the staircase. It would look great. It would obviously throw our budget slightly higher if we were to add more than, in this case, more than kind of the general design intent. It's easy to make small changes, but it's a lot harder to say, let's include a 5-meter wide, 3-meter deep viewing platform.
Thank you.
Councillor Logans?
Thank you. I kind of struggle with this one as well, but it does give me a bit of, I guess, we didn't get 3 bids. It would have been nice, but having 2 around the same price, it gives me a sense that that's kind of, if this is what we would want to do, that's kind of the price it would be, potentially. But I'm also just curious about, like, if it's possible to do that we think on this one and create a design that's a more natural staircase as opposed to like a more traditional one. I don't know if that's even possible in that spot or not, but if people are walking down there, especially children, it is important for us to consider the liability on that site and that we should make it safer for them. So I'm just a bit torn about it.
Councillor McMath?
The request that's coming from the school, is it that they would prefer to go to that water access because it's closer, or do they go there now?
Through your worship, unfortunately, Laura's kind of the expert on, our head of parks is kind of the expert on the school group and their access requirements. I believe the primary driver is just the proximity to the school. It's easy to get there and the roads aren't busy on the way there. So.
Anything else? No. Councillor Bateman?
Okay, yeah. I did a site visit yesterday to the Cains Park, and indeed there is no parking. It's all, as with all high bank waterfront, it's pretty accessible to mountain goats and the very fit. However, we are trying to be an age-friendly community, and so when I learned that Casinos Elementary does like to send its groups there, so let's be age-friendly for those youngsters. Councillor Beddoes has made a very valid point around 54,000. We were just talking about the need for some funding to help SEAPARC get pedestrian connectivity over there. And then there's the question of the Parks and Trails Master Plan of March 2009. And under improvement projects, there's shoreline access improvements. This is a big deal, of course. As I say, high bank waterfront. Recommended actions, primary shorelines to focus on. These are all for kayak canoe pull-ups, as we'll get at Possession Point. It's Kaltassin Park, Wright Road, Souk Road at Cooper's Cove, Billings Road, Goodrich, and 3 or 4 more. And then the secondary shoreline development considerations, there are a number of other roads: Cobbler Road, Dufour Road, Clairview Road, Terrot Road, Winnipeg Road, Casinos Road, and Laylaw Road. So my concern here is that Cains Park is not part of any of this discussion in the Parks and Trails Master Plan, and that would be my hesitancy. Perhaps more, yeah. So I have to make a decision. I don't know how I'll decide, but there you go.
Okay, very good. Anyone else on to speak to this? Mr. Howitt has a comment, I hear.
Thank you, Your Worship, if I may. Some of the other, just want to clarify that Souk Elementary, they use it a fair amount. It's the only sort of semi-usable access to the water we have in the area. And like Mr. Derrick says, it's an easy walk for them down roads that are not as busy as other areas in the district. The other issue is we've been approached on numerous occasions by the Cain family. They're the ones that donated the property originally in memory of Dick Cains, and they were asking us if we could have some minor improvements within the park to recognize the significant donation that he made several years ago. I just wanted to clarify that.
This is why we're updating our Parks and Trails plans, so that, just to take stock of some of the things that we have and the opportunities that are emerging about town, especially with young people and getting them out. So if there's anything further, I'm in support of this. I think staff has done a great job. There was the drainage matter, and then have found funding within our existing budget to make this happen. And it's another access point. So I'm going to call the question. Hey? No, there isn't one. So I'm looking for a motion on this. Jumping ahead of myself. So it's in 3 parts. It can be moved together. That council directs staff to transfer $10,000 from the Furwood Park Trail Connection budget to the Cains Park Staircase and Trail Kennedy budget. Direct staff to transfer $15,000 from Possession Point Access to Water budget to the Cains Park Staircase and Trail budget, and that council directs staff to enter a general service agreement for the Cains Park Staircase and Trail Kennedy Street with Rolling Tides Construction for $54,995. Councillor Logans.
I have a question through you to staff. Sorry, I know that you're trying to move forward, but I understand, so just to look through these here, I understand that the Furwood Park is taken care of, but we're just really concerned mostly with Possession Point access, yet the work there for drainage, if that's what it was, is going to be done, so we don't have to worry about that. But I'm guessing that means we'll see, and it was in the report, that we'll see the Possession Point access in the upcoming budget. Do we have through you to staff, do we have an idea of how much we might be expecting to include in the budget, since this one has gone over budget?
Through your worship, we're expecting it still to be in the $15,000 range. It's not a wooden staircase. It's actually a boulder retaining wall with a gravel pathway down to the water. It's only about 2 meters of elevation loss, so it's considerably less intensive.
Councillor Parkinson?
Through your worship, I'm going to move the recommendation that you read out.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Anything further on the motion? See none. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor McMath, Councillor Beddoes, and Councillor Bateman are opposed, so the motion carries. So I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Derrick, for your work on this. Let us know when we can cut a ribbon. Okay, cannabis for recreational purposes. I'm sorry? Well, that's why we're here, having this report. Yes. And I'll turn it over to staff for the presentation.
All right, so as I'm sure you're all aware, on October 17th, 2018, the use of cannabis for recreational purposes became legal across Canada. This report is a combined report from planning staff as well as with input from Bylaw and Fire as well. It's being brought forward so that the district consider how it wishes to regulate cannabis through its authority over land use regulation and business licensing. So there are many implications for the district from legalization, land use compatibility with retail and production centers in particular, but also many opportunities, jobs and economic growth. Daily inquiries about the district's stance speak to the importance of this topic, and changes may be required to some of the district's bylaws. So it's very important. Just quickly go over, there was previous council action related in regards to this topic, being that the pending legalization has been well known for since the Liberal government was elected. November 2016, in-camera council meeting placed a moratorium on all the granting of all new business licenses for retail stores related to cannabis. This, in effect, limited the cannabis stores to the 3 that were existing at the time under the previous regime as the medical dispensaries. In October of 2017, a report was brought before council summarizing feedback from fire services, local RCMP, district staff and council in regards to safety concerns, and this is while the province was still consulting and forming its policies and regulations that were going to be put in place. So it's still a valuable resource for safety-related information. However, now the regulations are in place. Just quickly summarize the important points from the federal and provincial acts. So the Cannabis Act came into force on October 17th. Set the minimum age as 18 for consumption and purchasing. 30 grams was set as the limit for the maximum amount that an adult can have in public. 4 plants per household as the maximum for personal growing and use. But most notably, it did not include the legalization of edible cannabis products for sale, certainly for personal use, but not for sale. It has indicated that it will do this eventually in the next year or so. Federal government has authority over production, the granting of business licenses for production and testing, and setting health and safety standards. So basically anything on the production side. Under the Cannabis Act allows provinces and territories, of course, to impose additional restrictions on the minimum age, possession, and personal cultivation, which the province of British Columbia has done. Of course, the relationship to the previous Cannabis for Medical Purposes Act has remained fairly similar in that previous production licenses for medical cannabis are still valid, and people who are currently prescribed cannabis for medical purposes are still able to access cannabis in accordance with what they could before, as well as the additional sources. Production, really important component of the federal government, of course, are the various classes of production licenses. So, as you'll see here, this is attachment 1 in the report. It varies and depends on the scale and the purpose of the facility. So, for the production side of things, there's 3 that are really the biggest, the most important, and that's standard cultivation. Those would be your large-scale, really significant production centers. Micro cultivation, which is sort of this craft cannabis style facilities, which are for areas with less than 200 meters squared of a growing area, as well as nurseries for what they call starting material, so plants and seeds. So the province, of course, has enacted the Cannabis Control and Licensing Act and the Cannabis Distribution Act. These acts identify how cannabis is sold and distributed, which here in British Columbia is a combination of public and privately owned retail stores. It is also indicated that any cannabis sold through these stores must be sourced through provincial distribution centers. So that diagram, I think, does a good job of explaining how individual private growers grow and then source it through a provincial distribution wholesale distribution center, and then mix of private and public stores. They've actually increased the minimum age to purchase cannabis, of course, to 19 in British Columbia. As well as added prohibitions on the smoking or vaping of cannabis in places, especially public places such as skating rinks, sports fields, indoor public buildings, workplaces, common areas of apartment buildings. They've maintained the federal possession limit of 30 grams and 4 plants per household, although with the added condition that these 4 plants can't be visible from any public spaces. They've developed their retail store terms and conditions as well, which include prohibition on minors in stores, as well as a really important one with not allowing what they refer to as co-location. So those would be having basically any other business that's not related to cannabis associated with a cannabis business, especially in the same location. As well, they have the requirement for not having cannabis accessories or cannabis itself visible from outside storefronts, which is where you'll see in the attachment 2 of the BC Cannabis store in Kamloops is that opaque glass on the outside so that it can't be seen inside. The Agricultural Land Commission has a role to play as well. They recently added Section 2.5 to their Agricultural Land Reserve Use Subdivision and Procedure Regulation to add cannabis production as a farm use, but only if it's grown outside in a field, inside a structure, or inside a structure with a soil base, so like a greenhouse. So this means that local governments may be able to regulate aspects of cannabis production on ALR land, such as setbacks. However, they're not able to outright prohibit it if it's done in accordance with the ALC's policy. This map here just is a quick preliminary GIS analysis of our ALR properties, just as we start to get an idea of where cannabis production could potentially occur in the district. As well, it's important to know that the Clean Air Bylaw from the Capital Regional District prohibits smoking inside a building other than a private residence and within 7 meters of any public building or bus stop. As well, the Vancouver Island Health Authority has expressed concerns to the municipalities about so-called cannabis lounges and any kind of indoor consumption businesses, although in effect this is prohibited by CRD's Clean Air Bylaw, although other municipalities such as Victoria have struggled with illegal cannabis lounges. So in terms of our municipal role for retail stores, all license applications that are received by the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch, which is where applicants go to get licensed, are referred when they are received to the district. These applications must include the address of the business, the property ownership information, floor plan, site plan, business name, pictures and renderings of the store exterior, etc. If the local government chooses to make a recommendation, which is one of our options when an application for a retail store is received, we must obtain the views of residents. So this is clearly defined by the province through any of these ways. Public hearing is one, holding a referendum. Of course, any other method that we deem appropriate could be utilized. In terms of determining if when we go to consult, like a consultation area, that's up to our discretion. However, all of our recommendations, if we choose to make them, must be in writing, demonstrate that we've considered the location of the store, include the views of local government on the impact of the community, views of residents, and how they were gathered. It is possible for the district to recommend to the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch that they approve an application with conditions, such as specific hours of operation. However, we should consult with the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch prior to sending any recommendations. Now, the other option is if an application is received and we choose not to make a recommendation, this will in effect end the application with the LCRB. If, however, local governments choose not to make a recommendation or not to do anything until they have, more information, they can indicate to the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch that they are prepared to consider an application only after they carry out their process of assessment, which is referred to as a fit and proper assessment. That, in effect, is what has happened so far. We have had 3 applications received, and as we're not ready yet to process them or to make any kind of recommendations, they are conducting their assessment, which includes things like a background check and security measures, so that we can sort of defer that until that some of that is in place. Although typically, my understanding, staff is still looking into this, but those processes would typically occur concurrently. As soon as the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch receives an application, we get notification and can just make a recommendation as soon as we would like. It's unclear what happens with the rejection. That's still something, again, staff is still determining with the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch, but that would be then the third option. Council may delegate powers and duties of this referral process to staff. So if this happens, however, an applicant may ask for reconsideration by council. And at this point, our point of contact for any applications is our licensed inspector. So just some of the relevant considerations as we discuss and determine how we would like to approach our recreational cannabis for retail stores. Distances from sensitive land uses such as schools, distances between individual store locations is important as well, and the overall number of stores in the district. Some of the approaches that staff are just in the early stages of exploring for their possible use in the district are site-specific zoning, adding cannabis retail stores as a permitted use in certain commercial zones, perhaps with the conditions of use and a required development permit, so therefore the applications would go before council. As well as a third possibility could be the granting of temporary use permits as a sort of pilot project or a way to test the water as we move into a new direction. As well as the retail side, there is, of course, the production side. That's managed by the federal government, of course, so it's always important to remember the difference between federal and provincial. In this regard, when an intent to produce cannabis, when a property intends to do that, they send what they call an intent to produce letter to the district, including as well as the fire and RCMP. This is a requirement of the process, but there is no requirement for municipal response. It's been suggested that it would be a good opportunity for a municipality to indicate any concerns to Health Canada and the applicant, and it would probably be good practice to do so. Unlike cannabis retail stores, however, there's no requirement for public engagement for a proposed production center. So similar to retail stores, distances between production centers, distances to schools, residential zones perhaps, as well. Another important consideration is if we would like to consider cannabis production as a commercial, agricultural, or industrial land use. So as it currently exists, cannabis production falls under our definition of agriculture. Very generally. However, we could decide if we would like to have it more as an industrial or commercial use. Approaches to regulation of cannabis, again, are similar to retail stores. There's site-specific zoning, the addition of cannabis production centers as a permitted use in existing industrial, commercial, or rural zones, perhaps, and again, temporary use permits. In terms of the business licensing bylaw enforcement point of view, there, as well as the RCMP and fire services, there have been no major concerns from local RCMP in terms of the legalization of recreational cannabis and the effect on the district. Fire services, in their previous report from 2017, indicated that any fire safety concerns should be addressed through the business licensing process, which requires an inspection. Bylaw number 301, the business license bylaw. We need to perhaps think about whether we would like to license both retail stores and production centers, or possibly impose further limitations on hours of operation. The business license bylaw will likely need to be amended to reflect these changes. And as I mentioned previously, three applications have been received for retail stores. So staff have conducted a cross-municipal analysis as part of the research. This is attached to the report as attachment 9, and as well as some brief descriptions in there of some of the different approaches. So, we're all the municipalities right now certainly are trying to figure out how they're going to be handling this, and there's a lot of different approaches which are certainly worth looking at and considering. Victoria has taken the route, the City of Victoria has taken the route of doing site-specific rezonings. It was the first municipality to regulate cannabis retail stores, as well as they've established minimum distance requirements. City of Nelson has taken the route of having a certain amount of stores permitted in different neighborhoods. So like only 3 in their town center, only 2 in certain areas. Regional District of Nanaimo has taken an approach of just having cannabis retail stores fall under an existing retail definition, as well as setting minimum distances between the stores. And it's also interesting that they have defined They've directed cannabis production towards ALR lands to coincide with ALC's addition of cannabis production as a farm use, since it is permitted on ALR land. So, yeah, some very different routes, and staff have also been meeting and consulting with some of these municipalities and to get more information as we move forward. So, yeah, as I said, staff have been engaging with other municipalities, calling and visiting to learn more about their policies and how they develop them, the reasons why. There's also a web page now on the District of Sauk website explaining the basic responsibilities, as I've done a little bit today, outlining each level of government, as well as some frequently asked questions, directing people to helpful sources. So the federal and provincial government websites, and what the district's current plans are, and a rough timeline. And again, this will be amended, and this will be a place to add information as we move forward. I think that the website, I would say, has been working. The inquiries dropped down quite a bit after it was launched, so I think it's been a helpful tool. As well, some initial GIS analysis has been conducted about ALR land in the district, as I showed previously. And yeah, many inquiries which staff have been handling from especially retail interested retailers, but also a lot of individuals interested in the micro production licenses. That seems to be the most common inquiry that is received. As well, it's worth mentioning there was a letter from the General Manager and CEO of the BC Liquor Distribution Branch, which will be the public distributor of cannabis, the BC Cannabis stores, which would like to meet for the possibility of operating a store in Sauk. So my recommendation for today, I'll get into that just in a moment. I'll just reiterate that it's important that given the legalization of cannabis, we need to formulate clear policy and direction about where cannabis-related land uses should be accommodated, and any restrictions that we think should be put in place, so that it's clear for retail operators as well as potential producers. Engagement with residents and businesses could take many forms, including an online survey, open houses, and/or a committee of the whole meeting. And that goes, it goes back to the recommendation that first council receive this report for information, and also that council direct staff to begin public engagement process to receive input for policy and bylaw review in relation to cannabis for recreational purposes. And that is in particular related to these bylaws that will likely require updating, and any other restrictions that we would like in place related to cannabis. That's the end of that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Diebler, for that very full presentation. There's a lot to cover in there, and so appreciate your work on this file. So it looks like there's obviously going to be quite a process to get through the various changes to all those particular policies. Those bylaws would require several readings, public hearings, and the like, right? And I appreciate that, where it touches all of us. But I'm wondering, we have businesses that are operating right now, and so what mechanism, what can we do? Because there's a process for these that council could consider to allow these stores to operate while the rest of this work catches up. It's been a difficult one for us to prepare with, because first we had to wait for the federal government to decide this, and then each province is deciding this, and something different. And I know other municipalities have had time and resources and monies to develop so that they're kind of ready, and we're not ready. And I think that's okay in a way, but at the same time, I don't want to see stores close, because that just puts our residents back into the illegal market. Yes, you can argue that you can go and buy online and you can go to another community, but it puts people out of work. It puts a connection to a local store, it disappears. We have been waiting, so in some ways I don't think it's, from my perspective, it's not fair for a business to close because we have taken a stop, look, and wait approach. If we were doing stuff and moving around with policies and testing the water, I think that's one thing that you would see retailers adapting to that. But we have deliberately done nothing. So I just struggle with saying to a business, okay, you need to close. We did nothing, but you need to close and then reopen later. I find that to be a little unfair. So what is the, while this happens, and maybe we can just talk about what does the timeline really look like? What is the process for those that are already open, and then, you know, open it up to other conversations. I think there's an exciting opportunity here, and I just think that now that we have some structure, we have examples to move forward with, that we should actually embrace these and move forward. I also look at it that this is a very general perspective, but, you know, like in terms of this or that, you know, it's like alcohol or drugstore, right? So if someone wanted to open a new beer and wine store, you know, what would they need to do? Yes, that has been a product that's been legal now for a long time. However, everyone has a preference of what they choose to use or consume. So I just don't want to also take a heavy hand now that there's this new approach. Let's get everything we can out of it, because I don't think that's reasonable either for a substance that's been around for a long time, used in our community with no concerns from the RCMP. So that's a lot for me to throw at you, but I've just been waiting for this to come forward.
I'm sure you have, Your Worship. From business licensing and bylaw perspective, by no means is the goal to not allow retailers to earn a living. That's you know, I've tried to make that very clear. The dilemma that we have is issuing a 2019 business license to the current retailers when we don't know what the outcome of the province's fit and proper assessment is. And I would not like to charge them a license fee and then have something go awry and have that cost applied to the retailers. You know, if there was a way, you know, maybe a temporary use permit granted to the current retailers, you know, that have 2018 licenses until we get the feedback from the province, and while we go through our public consultation period and we, you know, amend our bylaws and policy. You know, certainly that's for council's consideration. We'll look for direction from you.
Okay, so just on that then, would there be then, through the provincial fit and proper process, well then they say, well, you won't get this because you don't have a current business license. Will they be stuck in that dilemma? Because that wouldn't be fair. Okay.
Your Worship, my understanding that when I've been communicating with the province's licensing branch is that there's no detriment to the current retailers while this process goes on. You know, whether or not they have a license has no bearing on what the province decides.
Okay.
So from their perspective, I've asked the province to conduct the fit and proper before we as a district, make a comment or a recommendation. And so at that point, when we have the feedback and the recommendation that we'd like to carry forward, at that point, as long as a business complies with the license regulation at that time, then we'll issue a license.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's cleared the haze. Thank you. Questions, comments from other members of council? Councillor Beddoes?
Through the chair, so you're recommending that we issue temporary permits to these people with the understanding that they are just temporary permits until the laws catch up? Or do nothing? I'm not sure what you're recommending there.
Through your worship, to Councillor Beddoes, I'm not recommending anything. I'm throwing that out there as an option that, you know, if council decides that's a route that they'd like to go. One other thing I'd like to say is that one of the retailers that were one of the 3 licensed in Souk has sold his business. There's another company wanting to take that space. They have a lease. And so that would be another thing that council might want to consider is the retailers going with the current locations. I know there was the moratorium issued, and that was the limit with the current retailers as it was, but now that dynamic has changed. And so I would ask for direction in that regard. Is it you just want to fill that space, or is it first come, first serve for the space? How would you like to deal with that? And that's another kind of dilemma. So it's opening up a huge can of worms.
Fun. Well, that's good. We can shed some light on it. Councillor Parkinson? I do.
And would that, through your worship staff, and would that be where the public consultation comes from in regards to someone no longer operating and for new business to come in?
Perhaps the location, but that was an existing location that was licensed and in operation last year. And my understanding of the council moratorium was for 3 retailers.
Right.
And so with that one retailer moving on, we have the 2 and a 3rd wanting that space. So, I don't have objections. It's just how council wants to play that out.
Of the 3 applications that you have, are 2 of them are the ones that are already in business, or are they also new?
There's 2 of the current ones that are licensed, and 1 is new.
Oh, okay. So everybody's staying the same, basically.
Councillor McMath, or pardon me, I missed St. Pierre, then McMath. Thank you.
Through your worship, I was wondering if the revenues from property taxes were higher for places that sell alcohol than for any other retail. That was one question. Obviously, I think one of the things that, I don't know if anybody's interested, but there's a huge revenue stream attached to this sort of thing, and I'm curious as to whether or not either through the UBCM going to the province or however, if the district can actually get some of those revenues. The other thing that I was interested in was the agricultural production. My understanding of this is that the federal government is issuing production licenses. They would be the ultimate authority, and then after that you've got the province with their own regulations layered on top of the ALC, potentially. And then under that comes the district. Now, if the ALC says that it's agricultural production, then I don't know if we have anything to say about that, and I'm curious about that. I'm also very curious as to whether or not the ALC's permitting farm gate sales would really throw a wrench in the whole thing. Because according to ALC regulations, you can have farm gate sales of things that are produced on your farm.
I can answer the part about revenue. So I think what's happened between the federal government and the province is that 75% of the revenue will flow to the province, and now we are advocating to the province for the local government portion of that. I think it's 75%, 25%. I'm still on the Joint Cannabis Committee for Cannabis Regulation, and everything is sort of taking a break. That meeting is going to pick up again, so that'll be the advocacy piece that happens, but I think there's a 75-25. And then it'll also continue to deal with things like the craft industry that doesn't exist. You can put it like, to compare, let's say you consume beer, your only option is Molson Canadian, Budweiser, Large, whatever, all of the local super brewing company, local craft doesn't exist. So for some, and then that's where it's federal, where maybe there's organic or controlling this or that sort of creative play predominantly more in BC than perhaps in other parts of the country are important to BC. So that sort of work, along with edibles and consumption sites, will all be the continuation of the work with the committee. It's picking up again on Friday. But that will be the advocacy piece. The argument being that because the facilities are within here, that any work done by our staff, if we need to bring in more staffing or more planning work, and all this is to help offset and to provide that revenue back into local government where this is situated. So that's sort of the work that's ongoing. But I'll leave it to staff to answer some of the other questions that came on.
And through your worship, farm gate sales, at this stage of the game, absolutely they wouldn't be permitted. There's tough regulations on retailers, and they wouldn't have that control at farm gate sales. So as everything, time evolves and situations change, might be down the road, but certainly not in the current light.
Okay. Last question was regards to the fire services. I was wondering why they would actually be interested in being notified of cannabis production when they're not worried about carrots or cabbage.
Through your worship, that's actually a requirement that the federal government, provincial government, they decided to send that to the local fire departments and police for production facilities.
But anything growing. Okay, we're going to leave that one.
You tried enough.
Anything further from Councillor? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oops, sorry, through your worship. A lot of other municipalities, aside from the regional district of Nanaimo, are zoning for production facilities on industrial lands because there has been none done in soil, and it's not likely that there will be because the licensing for production facilities requires such stringent security and large warehouse-type structure buildings that usually you don't want to see on our lands. So most communities are zoning that industrial, which has an interesting tax revenue for that too.
So part of that also was a concern that land that is used for farm, for producing, produce and all that we need, would then be switched over to cannabis. That's why those rules of soil-based and the like kicked in, is to preserve farmland that's being used for food production to remain in food production and for other sites to be considered. So that's how that rolled out and changed.
Yeah, there seems to be a conflict between federal regulations and what the ALC is saying. Like they're allowing for the production, but it must be in soil, but the federal licensing probably wouldn't license a facility like that.
Until the craft weed industry picks up.
Yeah. And just for some other anecdotal information, as we get inquiries at the counter, I did have a couple around craft production, and one individual shared with me sort of their business plan, and it was interesting for a 2,000 square foot, craft production facility. It's like a size of a house. You might have that on an acreage or something. They anticipated about 20 staff members, and they would have to be properly trained. A lot of the post-secondary schools now are training for cutters, they call them, and paying like a minimum of $20 an hour. And in the first year of production, they anticipated over $4 million in revenue, like in profit. And this is just in a small micro production. So $20 an hour jobs in Souk is not something to scoff at, for sure.
No, so certainly a very unique opportunity. Mr. Blackhall?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to add, Mr. Howitt and myself attended a legal seminar update. Last week. And one thing we heard there is the issue of judicial review, and that is more likely not to happen if you deal with the retail licensing as a license issue, as a business license issue, instead of a land use issue and looking at number of applications and zoning. So that was a concern they brought up. So
I'm missing something there. I don't.
Just the very costly legal issues we could be facing, depending on which way you decide to go with how to handle these applications that we're getting.
So to either just use it strictly as a business license and to amend that policy, or to address, or that it would be a permitted use under zoning, but you would still need a business license.
You'd still need a business license, Your Worship, but there is a requirement, as Nicholas had mentioned in the presentation, for public notification.
Right.
And that's why, like, for example, the City of Victoria has chosen to spot zone every retail, but they're not specific as to what that public notification looks like public engagement. You could choose to do that through a development permit process, for example, and not a public hearing, but maybe like a notification ring in an open house or something, or through a development permit. But either way, there is a requirement for engagement in order to get that federal license.
Provincial, yeah.
Sorry, provincial license.
That's just to be clear, that process is just for the provincial license. That's not the local business municipal license. The requirement for public engagement is part of the referral that will come from the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation branch.
Much like it does for a liquor license.
Yes.
So like when we get a liquor license, for those of you that are new, then it comes forward to us, and everyone in a certain rate would have the opportunity to comment. So even I think with the Legion being most recently changing how they operate, and then there was the notification. So that gives everyone an opportunity to comment. So
I think that's what, Your Worship, what our CAO was getting at. If we decided to just go through and not look at this as a land use perspective and just through issuing business licenses, that we may be at risk with not complying, because you don't typically do public engagement with a local business license.
Well, the public engagement is a requirement of the province. If we handle it, as we handle other retail facilities, now we can, put special requirements on premises that we're going to license for cannabis retail, in that, there can't be any nuisance odors, that kind of thing, and that's totally acceptable. But as opposed to doing spot zoning to eliminate those facilities, that's where we find ourselves in trouble. If by trying to restrict cannabis retailers, we do spot zoning to make it so difficult, that they couldn't exist, we may find ourselves in difficulty in that manner.
Yeah, I can see that.
But I did want to add, Your Worship, going back to not creating a hardship for the business people that we have in Souk, and they've been stellar in the community, no problems whatsoever. Any business activity that the individual retailers take upon themselves, before we hear from the province that they've been approved, that risk is all on them. Like, we're not saying that they can go ahead and operate. We're not saying that they can't. I know the province has given them strict guidelines while they're waiting for the approval process from the government, and it's incumbent upon retailers to either follow those directions or not. It's totally up to them, but we won't stand in the way, as my department won't stand in the way for somebody trying to make a living.
Right, because it should be noted that the provincial process is a rigorous one anyway, and it's there's an investment involved in actually to go through that particular process. So, other comments or questions, Councillor Bateman?
So, in your cross comparison of other municipalities, were there any moratoriums on the number of stores? Did you see that, as we've done here?
Through your worship, to Councillor Bateman, yes, the City of Nelson has a moratorium, not a moratorium, but a quota on the number of stores that are permitted.
Right.
Not a moratorium on the current stores, although if you're referring to what the District of Souk had done in 2016, many other municipalities had taken that route of having a moratorium until the federal and provincial regulations that came into place and until they developed their own. But in terms of limiting the number of stores, the City of Nelson took the approach of having, I think, five or six with certain 1 or 2 permitted in certain areas, and a scoring system sort of tallying up the points towards the different applications to make it a more fair process.
So these micro production licenses that you say you're getting a lot of interest on, is that the craft weed that we're talking about?
That would be yes, yeah.
Okay.
Craft cannabis.
So I guess the question on this potential motion, I see in Nanaimo they did not do a public engagement to create policies. Now, is that just Nanaimo style, or everyone else seems to?
Yeah, the regional district of Nanaimo, just to be clear, not the city of Nanaimo, was the only, I believe, the only one of the municipalities that have been examined that didn't have any. Yeah, there was very minimal, just a public hearing as part of their amendment to the bylaw, but no open houses or any kind of outreach. But all the other ones, City of Nelson and Victoria.
And your public engagement process, if we do go ahead tonight with this, which we will, of course, would involve a committee of the whole meeting, as simple as that? Or does it? It's up to us.
It depends on sort of what process we move and then what format we want to use going forward. I'm just, so in terms of like going forward here, I think the first recommendation is easy, and that's to receive the report for information. Moved by Councillor Logan, seconded by Councillor Parkinson. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. We're just receiving the report for information. So in going forward, though, I guess I'm looking at alcohol, tobacco, pharmaceuticals, candy, any sort of retail. It's a product. People choose to use it or you don't use it. You either go in the store or you don't go in the store. If you don't want to buy gin, you don't go into the liquor store. Like, it's just sort of matter of fact. Is that the business license policy is amended, if that's necessary to do so, that we look at some form of a cannabis retail policy to have, which could come to a committee of the whole, and that basically we will get a referral from the province that we will receive openly and do the same engagement that we do with a bar or a brew pub or any a new liquor store, or like just that same format. Like, is that adequate? And in terms of production, though, I think that warrants a greater conversation in terms of which zone, because that's really new. That's really new in terms of, is it industrial, is it commercial, and where, and we just need more information on it. And although it's been around for a long time, it's been just deeply underground, even though it's like everywhere in our community. So that's the part where it's just, it's new, right? So it's just, what does it look like, and how do you dispel those myths in a way that's reasonable? But in terms of, if we had received, like, we have our staff sergeant speaking to us, and if we were receiving concerns from him, complaints from him, policing and trafficking to minors and all those sorts of things, it's a little bit different. But legalization happened, and it's just a bum. I'm at the airport, and there's like the plaques outside the airport have already changed to be like, yeah, this is where you can smoke. And sure enough, people are smoking outside in Ottawa and smoking outside in Vancouver and in Victoria in specific zones along with any other smoker. Like, it's just it's kind of like, oh, okay, it's like right there because you can. So now for us, it's just finding a way to move forward with it. When we had our 2 breweries open up and with the brew pub, we have something wonderful happening in our community, and it's a great a place for locals to gather. It's a wonderful product. It's receiving awards. We're very proud of it. And I just sort of, I think when you just sort of normalize something, then the stigma goes away because it's just normal. And we're hearing about the response from police. It's alcohol related. It's not because they're breaking up fights over weed. Like, it's just not happening. Councillor, so I'm just trying to take a reasonable approach to something that people within our community use, that they appreciate having, that they want to have a trusted source to go to, and that anyone just doesn't want to deal with dude with a pager in a parking lot. So it's a legal substance, like, what do you want to do? Do you want to go in a store at your convenience, or do you want to wait for Buddy out back? Like, I think people would rather just go to where they know.
If I may, Your Worship, it is just as possible that Council direct us to just move forward and bring forward some recommendations and options with implications and not deal with, and that in itself involves a public hearing when amendments are brought forward. So if your sense is that you don't need any, in-depth public engagement, that's a choice Council can make, and we can continue on with recommendations.
Councillor Parkinson.
Through Your Worship, I'd like to make a motion. And I would like to make a motion that we issue temporary business license to the 2 businesses that are now in operation for 2019 so that they can operate legally as is. I'm not sure for a length of time. Would you do it for the full year?
Your Worship, you can't right now issue a temporary use permit. That requires notifications. What I would...
Business license. Business license.
Oh, I heard
for
temporary use permit.
For the businesses, right?
But you can't
I
issue
heard
a license.
temporary.
Yeah, I heard temporary
business
use
license. I said a temporary business license, whatever you want to call it, because you can't issue a license to them right now because they're not operating legally, as Ms. Mills said. So we have to give them something so that they can continue operating in 2019. It's only a month away, right? Isn't that what you said?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Parkinson, there is no such thing as a temporary business license. There's either a business license or there's not a business license.
I think it was a temporary use license permit for the land zoning permit.
We do have an option of a temporary use permit for a specific amount of time, trying to buy time waiting for the province to come back with their response. But that's...
Through Your Worship, we can't do anything with these stores. They're the provincial inspectors. It's up to them if they want to go out and shut them down.
Yes, I get that. I just, we're trying to bring everyone within our community into compliance. So no matter what sort of business they're operating, we want businesses to have business licenses. So I think this is what Councillor Parkinson is getting at. Like, what can we give them so that they can operate while the rest of our process catches up?
If I could, Your Worship, what staff need is direction from Council if you want us to even receive these applications. Right now, we haven't technically done anything other than say to the province, you guys go ahead and do your fit and proper assessment already while we talk to Council and see what Council wants to do. If Council wants us to actually process those applications, then that's something we will do. They're commercially, as they're located right now, are commercially zoned for retail operation. So
yeah, we want to receive the applications so we can process them and they can receive, then the province can conclude their process as per their particular process. So we want to continue in that way, right? Receive. Okay, there's a bit of a speaking order here. So Councillor Parkinson and then St. Pierre, then Beddoes.
Through Your Worship. So we issued them a business license last year under retail.
Correct.
So can't we do it the same as we go forward right now? Because it's still retail, and that's what. And our bylaw hasn't changed, so it would still fall under the same thing.
Right.
I would like staff to get some legal advice on that because technically they're not supposed to be open. The province has actually told them all to shut down. One of them has shut down while they go through this process. We're not certainly going to go out there and enforce it ourselves. If you want us to issue a business license, I think we just need to make sure we actually can do that under the current rules. We haven't even accepted an application yet. We've got 3, but we can't do anything with them until we have some direction from council. Do you even want us processing these or not? If we don't do anything, if we just say to the LCRB, no recommendation.
Yeah, but that's not a fair process, because then that eliminates all of the public. So they have to go through. Yeah, I think, speaking for myself, you have to receive those applications and send them to us as you're supposed to. We comment on them just like a liquor application, and then that allows for public input. So that, I think, is fair across the board. If they didn't even come to us and then they just got a rejection, then we are completely shutting out the public and not even giving the business an opportunity. So they have to flow through the system, just like anyone applying for liquor or a taxi license even has to do.
Correct.
That is our job as a referral agent to the province. We have to do our part in this as local government. I mean, otherwise the flip side would be like when we're waiting for referrals and provincial or federal organizations to reply on our applications and they don't reply and we get frustrated and they're not replying. We also have to do our part as an order of government. They are sending this in, we have to receive them, we have to reply.
Yeah, what I'm referring to is we need a business license. We need a license category, which we do not have right now.
A license category in the business
retail
license.
Cannabis store. Right now we have a dispensary, which are no longer legal. So that's what I'm saying.
Your Worship, maybe I can help clarify something.
Okay. I'm just getting really, Can I just go to councillors, the councillors so that we can just, maybe they might have something to build upon. Councillor St. Pierre?
It seems like what we're looking at is trying to offer some legitimacy.
Yes.
So at this point, the municipality does not have the power to overrule the province. They've already said that they should be closed. Having said that, they're providing a service, and they have livelihoods to maintain. So what we're trying to do here is find a way for the municipality to find a mechanism to provide some legitimacy. It sounds like what is being suggested here is that we go through the process of accepting the application, doing the public hearing, being ready with a recommendation. We'll be doing our due diligence. They're going to be going through the process. At that point, if they have a recommendation from us to go forward, that should look good in terms of the province.
Yeah, exactly.
I put a motion forward to that effect.
Second. No, like at this point, like the public input was at the start of the meeting, but
if I can help clarify something, by the very act of the province coming forward and saying they have an application for XYZ cannabis retailer, by the very act of my response in saying to the province, I'd like you to conduct the fit and proper assessment first, that obligates us to do some form of public consultation. So we can do that because we know, we can do that before we hear from the province because we know what retailers are going forward with the process so far. So there's 3 of them we can do public consultation on it as a whole, or 3, however council decides. The business license bylaw requires an amendment because of the nuisance factor or potential factor of a cannabis retail location. It hasn't been an issue with the 3 in existence, but that's not to say another retailer doesn't pop up. So we need to make sure that it's clear in our bylaw that there's proper ventilation, that it's a sealed unit, those kind of issues, and that's why the bylaw needs to be amended.
Okay. There's a gentleman in the audience that has been waiting since this whole meeting. Councillor, I'd like to invite you forward, please, to speak. Do we require a vote when I do this? No, I don't. If you could just turn on the mic, I just need your name and address, please.
My name's Ian Lang, 5680 Oldfield Road in Saanich. I'm a real estate developer in Souk. I have the Maple Park Terrace 185 lot subdivision. I've done lots of work in the community over the last 20 years. I am the applicant on the Otter Point Road, Souk Road, Mediwana dispensary. It's under my name. It's under Flora now as opposed to Mediwana. Change of the name is Mediwana couldn't be used. It's a name that the government wouldn't accept. So we do have a fresh new company. We chose to shut down because we were directed to be shut down by the province. So based on kind of what you're suggesting, for us following the rules, we would be somewhat punished. Right. So that's a tough pill to swallow. I do have 8 applications throughout British Columbia. I have an approved dispensary in Saskatchewan, Maple Creek, Saskatchewan. I've got 2 in BC that are almost through. One in Trail, Williams Lake as well, up in the CRD in Port Renfrew and others. What we've done in other municipalities to meet the criteria quickly, because I am paying all the staff right now, and we're not working, we are shut down. But if this extends for an extended period, I'll be forced to lay them off. What other municipalities have done, and maybe this is helpful, is they made a bylaw amendment allowing for cannabis in a commercial zone, which is something quite quick. And then we did a development permit. And the development permit gives a public consultation, which you require. And that is a quick way to meet the rules, have public engagement, and allow the stores to carry on. But if we carried on, we can't get supply legally. So I'm not willing to run an illegal store. So our location will remain closed until I get our license. So I just kind of wanted to say what we've done in other places. Maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not. But that's the quickest way we found in other areas to get moved forward as fast as possible. So,
okay. And thank you, Mr. Lang. Sure. Go ahead, Councillor.
Through your worship. So you own the same store that's there, so it hasn't changed hands. So it's the same 3 stores that are in town.
I do have the location at Otter Point Road, correct, yeah. Prior to the beginning, it wasn't run under myself. I do know the gentleman, James, who used to run it very well, but I've taken over now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
Thanks
so
for hearing me.
We do need a report to come back with some options. So that'll be the first one, what we can consider. And then, meanwhile, though, I think what you're hearing from most of us is that we want to see the applications come forward to us through that process, and we also have a desire to see our current operations continue. And it's just, what is that mechanism? Councillor Parkinson has tried to put a motion out, but then we're sort of being stuck with it. So you could do that, and then, you know, I just don't want to spend more time trying to unravel that.
So through your worship, from my understanding, there's one of the other businesses in Souk that has the marijuana shop. They have been told that they can stay open and that they didn't have to close. So I don't understand exactly why someone was told they have to close, and on the other hand, the other business was told that they could stay open and operate.
To answer the question, the District of Souk has not told any business that they need to shut down. If that's something that came from the province, it certainly did not come from the District of Souk. The previous owner has closed up shop. The new owner hasn't moved into shop. And that's what this process is hopefully going to allow him to do. But, you know, it's not his product that was moved out of the store. The District of Souk has never told anybody that they need to shut down.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the...
It's a provincial issue.
Yeah, but it's playing out differently, like everywhere in the province, and I know that is like just everywhere. And the concern when I was asked is, do the dispensaries or do the shops need to close? And my view, no, because then everyone is going to have to find product elsewhere. Like the whole intent is to bring a substance is to legalize something. Now, I don't have that authority to shut down a business, but even in talking to our staff sergeant, there's just not a concern for it. So knowing, like, and some businesses are taking a risk by operating, and that'll be resolved through the provincial process. But in this case, when I think of the average resident that is looking for something, it's the case of being able to access something in a safe environment. So to me, it just seems reasonable that they have the ability to operate. While our process, because we've taken a wait and see process, plays out. If we had set policy, if we had made bylaws, and then we have people not in compliance, that's completely different. But we have done nothing. So that's the other part to this. And I think that's still a fair approach, given everything that's happening. And you'll talk to any councillor from a different jurisdiction. It's all handled playing out differently.
So, Your Worship, in light of your recent comments, then certainly the two existing licensed facilities, should they pay their license fees for 2019, a business license will be issued. They still have product in glassware, etc., that they are free to sell. And I will accept applications from those interested in opening a business in Souk, in addition to in excess of the facilities that we currently have. Is that
well, I think
my
that's
understanding?
Like, I think we don't, because you have the authority to issue business licenses, which you could do, and then if staff wants to get a legal opinion just to solidify that, then by all means do so. But business licenses are not issued by us, so that's something that, okay, fine. Receive the applications and bring them forward to us as schedule and timing allows that to happen. And then in terms of the moratorium, I think that's where we need to get a report from staff. Okay, here are all of the other things. This is addressing the moratorium and the one that we have. So in my view, it sort of deals with that. And then let's get a policy which will have public input and what really, like with staffing recommendations, do you want to look at land use? Do you want to have it in this zone, as the gentleman said? I'd rather leave that to your expertise to hash out what you feel is a reasonable approach going forward in that regards. Does that make sense to everyone?
Well, we certainly need to do something because we keep going around a circle here and we're getting
Yeah.
nowhere.
We're all getting tired. So I just think that would be a good way, and I think hopefully in that direction. And I'll ask, this gentleman has also waited patiently, so why don't you come up to the microphone as well? You'll need to turn on the microphone.
It's getting late. I'll try to be brief. My name is Kyle Michael. I live in Victoria. I came out here tonight to learn about council's stance on production. I'm thinking about making a significant investment into this community, and I wanted to ask the council, how long do you think the process might take for you to come up with your ideas related to the zoning of micro or craft cannabis? And specifically, I noticed on the report that 4 municipalities didn't put any distance requirements in, only Nanaimo did, and it was 150 meters. Would that be 150 meters to the property line or 150 meters as the crow flies? Those are questions I have. I also have a quick possible suggestion that you might consider. Out of respect for Mr. Lang, the letter of the law, the province said the stores have to close. He's following the letter of the law. The other thing is that there's medicinal patients in your community that have the right to access. And there's products in the stores that are operating today that aren't part of the recreational program, that your sick and dying patients in your community have a right to access. And if those stores close, you're now asking sick people to go into Victoria to find their products.
That's what we are avoiding. We don't want that to happen.
And so the City of Nelson has given a green light to Leaf Cross Health Society. They've been given a green light to stay open during the process.
Yeah.
As well as there's a dispensary on Gabriel Island called Island Time Medicinals. The RCMP said, please stay open. You're serving our community. There's 53 dispensaries in Vancouver that are protected under a Supreme Court injunction. So the difference between medical access and recreational access hasn't been defined yet, and that's part of the ongoing quagmire of these situations. So I don't know if you're able to answer to timelines tonight.
Probably not at this stage. I think it's something that we really want to be interested in hearing more of, and that particular opportunity. I would encourage you to meet with our planning staff and to set up an appointment to talk about that, and then they can sort of they've been turning over all applications in like record time, really, and I know that you're still busy and it's a new year coming. However, things are moving along in a fairly, good level. It's just with the election and us all forming and the like, things just sort of delay, but we're going to get that rolling, and our planning staff have been exceptional in doing that. So I would encourage you to reach out to them. Certainly, I think we're looking for new industry, new opportunity, and would like decent quality local jobs here within our community that don't. This is just me speaking now, that I want to lessen the congestion on Highway 14 and create more opportunity locally. So what does that look like? And we have a new opportunity now, and we should embrace it. So please talk to our staff, see what they say, and we can hopefully see you in the not-too-distant future for an application.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Back to staff.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can just take a moment to clarify that the intent of the motion that's going to be considered here is that the focus is for the staff report is to be on retail policy, that the moratorium will stay in place, but we will receive applications on those 3 existing locations, come back to options for you in how to make those functional for the time being, while we consider whether or not, or how to deal with those in the community if we're having distances from schools and daycares and things like that as a whole, that will come back in the new year.
Because then it may be the will of council to lift the moratorium, because then there will be an actual policy in place that we can now go to that has received and been vetted thoroughly by the public.
I just wanted to clarify the purpose of what's to come back as soon as possible is how to deal with those 3 locations.
Yes.
But the moratorium stays in place on the rest of the community until we are able to figure out how that's going to look.
Yeah, and then we have an established policy that we can go with. Council then consider lifting the moratorium because there's a policy in place, but at the same time, the production element is of real interest, and how can that conversation also kick off and start happening, because so much has been just working with the retail component and probably not even recognizing the production opportunity that we have in front of us. And really, I think that opportunity should come to council for consideration, and it can all sort of roll out that way.
So, Your Worship, we'll do our best as staff to actually bring a fulsome report with the production and retails, if we can, as quickly as we can in January, late January maybe.
Yeah,
there's
but
a holiday
I think
in between there. We'll do our best to.
If I can, Your Worship, I believe what we need right now is a report on the retail issue, and that we could come back later with a report on the production possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we want to have, hopefully next council meeting, if we can deal with our 3 and that particular matter, that would be great. And then that sort of buttons that for the rest of the year, policy and the like call, and then we can see how that'll roll out. Does that sound good to everyone?
I'm all for it.
Everyone's good. Okay. Okay, so the other part then is that council directs staff to provide a report on options for retail cannabis. Do we need that, or do you have sufficient
Go for it.
Retail facilities? Because now, we've added additional pieces, and I don't want to get into forever.
I just clarified that, but I think that's good direction to council.
Just make
to
a
staff.
Okay, that motion, what's on the, moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Okay, so we'd like to see that pretty quickly here. We are running short on time here, and we still have items to get through here. I need a motion to extend past 11 o'clock, please. Moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Okay, UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund application. We have some that are a bit time sensitive. Chief Mount, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And this is a simple report looking at a couple recommendations to endorse a funding application to UBCM. an amount of $25,000 for evacuation route planning and authorize staff overall grant management. The idea of this project is to support evacuation planning throughout the region within the district as well. This also support recent consultation that I had with the Regional Emergency Management Partnership and the Local Government and Emergency Planning Advisory Commission. Eligible expenditures include applicant costs.
Sorry, folks, I know you hung out with us, but if you could please take the conversation outside. We still just need to finish this agenda. Go ahead, Chief Mount. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Continuing on, I was talking about eligible expenditures include consultant costs, applicant costs, as well as public information costs. Grants are paid at the completion of the project, and eligible pre-approved expenses will be reimbursed upon completion of the final report. One of the last council meetings, we approved a similar application, a UBCM grant for the Emergency Social Services Group in the amount of $25,000. The second page talks about different funding streams. This is the second of 3 applications that will be coming forward through within the next year. There's a requirement in the application process that the local government council provides a resolution in order to move forward with the application. The third page of this report has a cost breakdown, and it shows the deliverables as well as a project estimate. Since this report was put in, we've actually had consultation with the Regional Emergency Management Partnership, where we're supportive of rejigging the actual consultant costs to show about $6,000 that will go towards the Regional Emergency Evacuation Plan. And that concludes this report.
Oh, that's great, Chief. I'm glad you're taking advantage of this opportunity and getting the application in. I think it'll just fold in really well with the work that you've done. So look for Councillor Parkinson.
I'd like to move the recommendation that Council endorse a funding application to UBCM's Community Emergency Preparedness Fund evacuation route planning stream for $25,000 to support the District of Sauk evacuation route planning project, and that Council also authorize staff to provide an overall grant management in order to receive this funding.
Okay, moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. That's he's trying to get his. Okay. So next one, there's another funding opportunity that's come forward through the UBCM via the province, and I actually got to announce this at UBCM, so I'm glad to see this is in front of us. Councillor St. Pierre? Councillor St. Pierre is moving it, and seconded by Councillor Logans. Any discussion? We can't solve the crisis until we have the facts, much like the housing needs, so let's move on with this great report. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. 2019 to 2022 strategic plan. It's basically just to start this process here. So I imagine we'll get a report back on this, on what we would look at for an RFP and the costs and the like. Is that correct?
Sorry. Through your worship, we've tried to look at what other communities have invested in a strategic plan, and they've been anywhere from, I mean, the last time we did this, it was around $8,800, and we found one up to $70,000. So I think, you know, without knowing what's contained in those RFPs, we can try and do a little more research, but it's been difficult to determine what that looks like, but we can definitely bring a report back as to what the RFP would contain for the strategic plan.
Or you would just, which you don't really need to do though, you've sort of done some preliminary stuff, so now it's just to start that process and see what happens.
So if council so desires, they can just direct staff to issue the RFP. Okay. Councillor St. Pierre?
We did receive some correspondence from Jen Smith about potentially including some of the OCP work in with the strategic planning, and that seems to make a fair amount of sense.
I think I kind of view them as two different things. The OCP is land use. Strategic plan, it deals with other things like social needs in the community, like childcare, emergency planning, and a priority of the strategic plan would be to address the OCP, which comes out of our other plans. So I think they're two entirely different things. One is 10 years long, strategic plan is typically 4 years, and would be a corporate work plan would roll out of that. So I sort of view them as different.
Sorry, if it just maybe helps clarify, strategic plan is usually developed from within, like it's council's working document for your next 4 years of the term, whereas the OCP is going to be a wide cast net for a consultation throughout the community. And from that perspective, I don't really see them matching together.
Councillor St. Pierre?
I would assume that the strategic plan of council should be derived from the OCP. If the OCP is the will of the community and the council's role is to actually make that happen, then how can we actually do a strategic plan that has nothing to do with the OCP? That makes no sense.
But, you know, for example, a priority of a council that I was a part of was 0% tax increases. So you may have something that says you want this, this, and this, and it's like that doesn't, the OCP is calling for built LEED Gold standard. The strategic plan and priority doesn't allow for that. Like there's a difference there.
But wouldn't that actually speak to a problem with that council as opposed to not linking the two?
Maybe, or not potentially.
I'm just throwing that
out. It's a smaller, you know, there are two different documents.
The time frame for the OCP is also beyond a year, whereas the strategic plan, I think, is something that council would want to have in place within the next 3 to 4 months.
I think what's being suggested here potentially is simply that the strategic plan work could be built on in the OCP, that if we actually craft the RFP, if we do the RFP in the right sort of way, then we can take some of the work from the strategic planning and use it in the OCP work. And that just saves us some money and saves us some time.
Maybe.
We're using the same sort of facilitation, public consultation, so on and so forth. I don't think that the documents are the same by any means, but I certainly don't see them as being, apples and oranges.
If I can, Your Worship, just like to, if a strategic plan gets too detailed and recommends projects, road networks, that kind of thing, then it will create an issue with the OCP process. So if it's just high level, like council wants us to focus on the economy, for example, then that won't impact the OCP as much because you can find a way to do that within the OCP. So,
Councillor McMath?
Sorry, I was just, when you were talking to what Ms. Smith had referenced before, so I just checked her document and it says to include them both in the same RFQ or RFP. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to clarify. It's two different things.
I think they're entirely different consultants as well. Okay. Councillor Logans?
I'd like to move the recommendation that Council direct staff to enter into an RFP process for the strategic planning consultant and that Council allocate in the budget for those costs in the next financial plan.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Logans and seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. 11.7, Capital Region Housing Corporation, and that is basically that the District of Sault ratifies and concerns appointment of its current CRD representatives to the CRHC board. Moved by Councillor Logan, seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor? Opposed? Is carried unanimously. So a few things that have come up with council appointments. Some of them we have and some of them we don't have yet. So there's still a work in progress, so I'm going to go to the ones that we have, sort of, that I've received feedback from councillors on, so we can roll on those, and then we'll continue to work on the others. So I'm going to start with the Tumuk Treaty Advisory, and that'll be that council appoint Councillor Brenda Parkinson to the Tumuk Treaty Advisory Committee for 1 year term commencing January 1st, 2019 and expiring December 31st, 2019. That councillor appoint myself as the alternate to the Tumuk Treaty Advisory Committee for 1 year commencing January 1st and expiring. Typically, the appointee is the mayor of the municipality that's impacted by treaty with a councillor as alternate. They're always on Mondays. I can never meet the meeting dates. So since Brenda has attended all the meetings in the last year and a bit, it just makes sense for us to flip the order, but as a mayor, I need to understand what's occurring because of the confidentiality part of the TMUC process. So that'll just remain as it is. Okay? So if we could have a motion for those ones, please. It's moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor Wilkins. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. The next one will be the Family Court and Youth Justice Committee. In this report, there's an alternate, but there's no alternate needed for this. So we're just going to take that out. And it'll be that council appoint Councillor Jeff Bateman as liaison to the Victoria Family Court Youth Justice Committee for a 1-year term. Do I have a moved by Councillor Logans and seconded by Councillor McMath? All those in favor? Opposed? Is carried unanimously. The next one is the Sauk Region Community Health Network Age Friendly Committee. So that one will be Councillor Jeff Bateman as well as liaison. And there's no need for it's on there twice. There's no need for an alternate. So it's just to appoint Councillor Bateman by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. We're still looking for someone from CERTA, so we're going to go to the Rotary Kiosk Redesign Committee. So that'll be Councillor Ebony Logans to the Community-Led Rotary Kiosk Redesign Committee. Have a mover? Moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor McMath. When you are talking to them, they should really see that whole area there and find a way to get power so we can put Christmas features in there or some other lighting.
You're asking Scrooge to put Christmas features?
It'll be good for you. It'll be good. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Oh my gosh. Okay, next. Wowzers. Okay, Sauk Region Historical Society. I seem to think Councillor St. Pierre was expressing an interest in this, which will be good. So council appoints Councillor St. Pierre as liaison. Moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. EMCS Society still has a vacancy. And in terms of the South MOU working group, my thoughts on this is there's extreme interest. Let's have a meeting with the South first, and then let's chart a plan forward with that. So I'm going to just leave that one as is for now. Meanwhile, in the interim, council can consider, give it some thought. We do need an alternate to SEAPARC to fill in for Councillor Beddoes if he's unavailable, to the Sauk Region Tourism Association, and as well to the EMCS Society.
So for SEAPARC, there would be 3 of us anyhow. Do we need 4?
Not really. It was the case where, I'm on it as a CRD director, you're my alternate, and then Councillor Beddoes is the councillor. So it would only be if Councillor Beddoes was unavailable. You can't, no. You can only be an alternate to me. But I guess the other thought is, could Councillor Parkinson also be an alternate to Councillor Beddoes? Could she beat both?
I don't see why not.
Why don't we check with that? Not a lot of them have, that alternate, so that would be a possibility then, is that Councillor Parkinson be an alternate to either of us. This came up when I was prepping for mat leave, and I was trying to look at coverage, so that's sort of where that happened.
Sorry, which one was that for?
For SEAPARC. And because this would be the councillor alternate, not the director alternate.
Sorry, we were talking about it at the same time it was happening. So Councillor Beddoes is the alternate?
No, Councillor Beddoes is the primary councillor, so Councillor Parkinson would be his alternate.
You're the designated SEAPARC.
No. There's SEAPARC. I am the designated default as CRD director. I go there in capacity wearing a CRD director hat. Councillor Beddoes goes there representing council.
And that was done at the inaugural. Yes. So we have a motion tonight to do the alternate to Councillor Beddoes, which will be Councillor Parkinson.
And in this case, Councillor Parkinson is also my alternate director. So in this case, can she be an alternate to both?
As long as you can make the meetings, I don't see why not.
Okay, so we'll go with that then. Yeah. So if either way, then Brenda's in the loop there. Okay. So we're not entirely sure. But let's just do this one first. So I need a motion to appoint Councillor Parkinson, moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All those in favor, opposed is carried unanimously. CERTA was sort of quarterly, I thought, or sometimes every other month. Councillor Logans?
So I was on that, on the CERTA committee. What is that, a committee?
Yeah.
Am I saying the right thing?
But
for some reason, like, I never got invitations, so I'm not sure what that might be. However, I did start to see them recently pop up in my emails. I don't know if anyone else did, but it seems like they're meeting more regularly. They don't meet in the summer because, of course, that's their busy season, but they do meet through the winter and the spring. I just don't know when.
It's something that we could look into. When I was CERTA, because of the graphics on the email, it was being filtered. I didn't realize, but it was being filtered out by the district because of like all the clips and all that in the email, and then that finally got resolved.
My understanding, it was basically stood down for a period of time, but it's now activated again.
Okay.
So it is coming up and running.
Okay.
Then I would like to appoint myself.
Okay, so then for CERTA, we'll be looking for Councillor McMath to be appointed to CERTA, please, as liaison. Moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor Logans. All those in favor, opposed, motion's carried. So that leaves the EMCS Society. Councillor Beddoes is volunteering, so that's excellent. Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. So, motion to appoint Councillor Beddoes to the EMCS Society. That's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor, opposed, motion is carried. I've been on that, and I love the work. So you'll really find this society to be a really neat opportunity. Councillor Parkinson.
So, on the appointments, CRD Arts wasn't on here.
Okay, so let's add that.
And so I would like to say that I was at the CRD Arts
Board.
I was at CRD for the orientation and was asking about the CRD.
This is important. Have we, in fact, ever made a resolution at the FCM? Suit the district?
No, we've made one. We've made some to the AVICC because usually you go there and then it filtered to the UBCM. We've not made one, to my knowledge, that went to the FCM.
So we have until December 10th, that next meeting. Pardon me?
Do you have an idea?
I don't, actually.
Yeah, but I think through the course of the year and as you go, you'll get a sense of what that looks like and maybe see something relevant next year.
Okay.
Councillor or Ms. Machada.
I just wanted to mention the reason for the December 10th is that is the only meeting before the January 9th deadline that council would need to endorse that motion. So if anybody has anything you'd like to put forward, you can certainly come and see me. I can help you come up with a motion. There's specific criteria for how they need to look. But if anybody's interested, just let me know.
Yeah, and you will find, I think, at our council orientation coming up, they're talking about a forum about the whole resolution process and how to craft ones and that sort of thing. So a motion to receive, please. Moved by Councillor Logan, seconded by Councillor Parkinson. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. So under new business, we were just going to get an update on the Lot A, the Charette process. Okay, so what I heard briefly, okay, yeah, we'll come back to that because she's going to go and make sure the alarm doesn't go off. That makes sense. Okay, we will return. Correspondence, please. I see that the Lions is having an event in the spring, so that would be sort of replacing the Rotary. Councillor Beddoes, you might have to just step out briefly because because we're talking about
Maybe participating.
Maybe participating. So, and there's a dollar amount. So I'm just grabbing sort of one item that popped out at the very end. So I think that the Rotary Fair, when we had it, was a wonderful way to connect with our residents and an informal gathering. Now we see that this is here, and the Lions is taking this on. So I think it would be kind of fun to participate in it. Mm-hmm. Booth would be $100, limited number, good opportunity.
Recommendation that we participate.
So
and I would just like to say that it would be good to have council at the table as well.
Yeah. So maybe we need to, in the new year, from like a little booth task force on what that looks like. So I'm just planting the seed there so that we can talk about who, what, where, when, and how we want to do. But now let's just reserve our booth. So motion to book the booth by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any further? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. And apparently with the correspondence, we don't need to extract. We can receive the block and then we can discuss it after, and that might make it easier. So motion to receive all correspondence. Moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. And then any discussion or action can follow at this time. Which one is D?
Festival of Trees.
Oh, Festivals of Tree. Go ahead, Councillor Parkinson.
I just want to make sure that...
Your microphone is on. Sorry, Councillor Beddoes. We almost forgot you out there. Thank you.
For Festival of Trees, I was just wondering if there was anything put forward to decorate a tree down in the foyer. Trees have to be decorated this weekend, and the kickoff is on the 4th.
We've bought our materials.
Yay.
Okay, it's being decorated Monday.
Perfect. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Perfect. And then I would also like to take out E, which was the burning.
Is that the one from
Daniel Creek?
Mr. Boydell?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a complaint. Yes. Go ahead, Councillor Parkinson.
And so, through your worship, I would like to ask the chief if he had any complaints about the fire in that area, the burning in that area, up in Sun River. He was. When did he say it happened? So he said it was over the month. This month.
Your Worship, to Councillor Parkinson, we received a few complaints which involved suppression one evening. This is about a couple of weeks ago. It may be the same subject property. I'd have to look at it further, but we did, as a result of suppressing it, the person there ended up ceasing all further burning.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have some way of just acknowledging back to the residents just that they've submitted this, we're receiving it at an open meeting? Can our staff reach back and check in and follow up or something?
I would.
Through Your Worship, I can follow up through Bylaw, see if there's been follow-up on that certain complaint.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you very much, Chief. Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I'd like to talk, just send some sympathy to the Boydells. My wife and I took a little walk around that particular piece of, I think it's called clear and grade. It's what you do when you take out a vast swath of forest. And unfortunately, our website here at the district is out of order, so I was unable to go back and look at the decision that was made for that particular zoning. But it's a really interesting decision to take out a big swath of corridor, a natural buffer zone. It's directly above Dimamill Creek, which is down at the base there. So, and he's asked us to look here into the impacts of wood smoke, just generally, and in particular in terms of this developer who has been burning a little bit, but there's still great big slash piles up there, which I assume they'll just be taking away.
They'll probably be burning them.
They will burn them, will they? Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Business says, yeah. Okay.
So that's something to consider is looking at our burning bylaw. Councillor McMath?
Does the district have a wildlife corridor map? Or has any assessment been done on wildlife corridors in the district?
No. Not that I'm wildlife corridors, no, not that I'm aware of. No. Not mapped to my knowledge. It's just there's the green space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one of the parks.
Yeah. Councillor St. Pierre?
As it happens, there's some research being done in our cameras trying to identify those wildlife corridors.
Mm-hmm.
Our farm actually is a wildlife corridor and has cameras. So they're actually trying to identify that stuff right now.
Yeah, Wildwise.
I believe
No.
Through Royal
Wildwise
Roads?
and a researcher from Royal Road.
No, she's from the UBC.
UBC?
And they
Okay.
put in 100 cameras all through Souk. The cameras are up for a year. And she was given grant money from, which one was it, Jeff? The grant money came from...
Coexisting with carnivores, possibly? I don't know.
There was, they got a grant, and so they're doing that work?
She's here, the cameras are on 100 properties, and they're looking at all the routings where all the animals are going. That's all in place right now. And it's been going on for about 4 months now.
So the information is in progress.
Got it. Yeah.
It was,
But not a district plan?
no.
Okay. Any other correspondence? All good? Okay.
National Geographic is who gave her the grant.
Okay.
National Geographic, and then they're able to use the photographs for their files.
Okay, so seeing how Ms. Campbell is returned, we'll go back to just an update on the Lot A Charette.
So the link to the website is on our site. We did receive some feedback from council through staff to add some more content to our page on our website that links to the Lot A website, and we are working on that. The Charette starts on December 6th in the evening. That's a Thursday evening from 7 to 9. And then it picks up again on Saturday, basically all day. So 10 a.m. to 2 is the part of the stakeholder portion, and then 2:30 to 6 is the public open house portion. And then it picks up again back to the stakeholder invite portion on Sunday from 10 to noon. Through that process, and I think all of you would have received an invite by now too, it's being advertised in the Souk Pocket News for 10 days and the Souk Mirror for the same amount of time, which I think the Souk Mirror one's probably going up tomorrow or something like that. Wednesday. Along with the website. And there's been door deliveries to residents immediately around Lot A, so hand-delivered invitations to those residents. And then invitations sent out to select stakeholders that we gathered through our interviews with yourselves, and also the library, known impacted groups or groups with interest. And then the portion being advertised is the public open house portion. So there will be a whole workshop component to that through those 3 days, and then there will be a feedback loop to council, probably through a committee of the whole in January is the hope, and then take the information from council, go back to the public for one more open house with weeded down to the one, maybe two options, and then come back to council with the final recommended option with business case attached to that.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. I'm just like this, you probably can't see it, but when you go to the, like that, this is kind of what you see. So then once you click on the link, like it's like, oh, this is great. But just like when you get to it this way, it doesn't, I know that we just have so much more talent. And then just in the calendar that we have, if there's a way to link, that would be really helpful. And then it's just a bit more prominent. Yeah, and then we have the dates. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Questions about the charrette, Councillor Bateman?
And I think it's possible if you're a member of the public and want to participate in the entire charrette, it's possible to do so. Is that?
Well, so the way we've set up the charrette, although it's invite stakeholder only for a portion of it, those representatives are representatives of the entire community. Okay. You know, every organization that we could think of to reach out to are sending 2 to 3 reps that can. Including high school students. I mean, it's so in a sense that is a public. It's just we had to, it couldn't. You can't have a proper working charrette if it's open to hundreds of people. You can't. It's too hard to harness the energy and workshop it out. But then the public, full on open to the public, will be for 3 hours on Saturday afternoon, and we will have all of the work that had been done the day before with the charrette and that morning laid out, walk through the public with what that involved and what the next steps would be with the next day. And we would explain to them the feedback loop process. There will be a walk to Lot A from here.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Logans?
Thanks. And thank you for all your work on this. I know that you're working hard with the consultant. With the additional open house in the new year, do you have an idea at this point what that might look like?
At that right now, what I'm envisioning is that's not a charrette. That's more of a feedback loop. It's an info session. So here's what happened at the charrette. Here's what we heard from the public, including yourselves. Here's who the stakeholders were. Here's what council said through committee of the whole, and we're bringing this to you now as this refined option to the public. What are your final thoughts on this? And then go to council.
Okay. And then is that part of the RFP, or is that something the district would be doing separately?
That's part of the RFP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there, what's sort of the plan from there? Is that kind of the final thing, or does council have an opportunity to say whether or not we want to do more consultation? I guess it's kind of up to us.
Yeah, it's up to you. And I mean, it's up to you to decide if you want to go outside the scope of the RFP and just direct staff to continue to do more, which certainly we could do. Just means reprioritizing some other things. But
right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just had a concern about the 3 hours of public consultation. I understand it doesn't quite fit the structure, but I guess when I made the motion to do this public consultation, I was expecting more of the public involvement as opposed to the stakeholder involvement, although I see how that will be beneficial moving forward. I just hope it doesn't end up focusing too much on that and not...
Yeah, and to be fair, I'll give you examples of who the stakeholders are. I mean, it's representative. Yeah, they are the public. Like, they are your community, really.
Okay, good for everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for that. Mayor and council updates. Council verbal reports. So FCM, I was in Ottawa. I was in UBCM for executive meetings, and that's where we set out what our strategic plan and the like in the year going forward. All the resolutions that were made at the provincial conference come forward, and they're sent off. They could be sent to committees, they could be sent to the federal government, to stakeholders and the like. So I'm continuing on as chair of Health and Social Development, as well as on President's Committee, and received a number of ones, of course, all health related. We had a meeting with Minister Robinson, and of course you'll see all of this through the compass that the UBCM produces. And then right away that led me to advocacy days in Ottawa. So now as first vice, I also sit on the FCM board in terms of both committee and as an observer role, because other provincial organizations, their president sits for 2 or 3 years. November is always advocacy days on the Hill. So 70 board members met with 160 MPs and senators. I met with 6 MPs and 1 senator. both in their offices and also in the house itself, because there was just such a flurry of activity happening. I didn't realize that Center Block is going to be closed for at least 10 years. So next year, when you go and watch anything happening at Parliament Hill, you'll see green carpet and white desks because the House has moved here and the Senate has moved over there, and the rest of it's all going under restoration. I did also meet with our MP when we were there, talking about just our new council, and also in terms of the fisheries closures and that, and also the need to progress on and just what's happening there with local stakeholder communities. He has a very good working rapport with the minister in charge and has been in close contact. I mean, he's crossing party lines, which I think is great because it's all about serving local interests. So I invited him to both the Santa Parade and the Mayor's New Year's levee, but he has to fly back to Ottawa for the Santa Parade, so we won't see him there, but you know, he's always very easy to approach and the like. The intent of FCM was to give 4 same priorities, so it's a good way to see advocacy in action: broadband, all communities to be connected to internet; public transit to have sustained ongoing funding; disaster climate change mitigation fund not to be just one time but ongoing; and there was 4th more. It's about modernizing the relationship that federal government, provincial government recognize local government as government and order of government. So all very well received, and of course everyone's watching the federal elections, so the next part is just to start influencing, and the whole intent is that each member that we met would take our priorities up to their respective caucuses and make our priorities their priorities at the federal level. So it's all very well received anyway. And yeah, it's nice to be home. It was minus 17 and very cold. I'm like, wow, this is Canada and it's winter. And then just meeting with other staff there, they're like, you're from BC, you guys are living the dream. You know, yes we are, so pretty cool place. So anyway, nice to be home. Met cool people on the flights too. Councillor Parkinson.
Through your worship, I attended the 2 CRD board meetings for orientation, which I found to be very informative, and I'm looking forward to being your alternate. Thank you.
Excellent. I have put forward my committee requests, so we'll see what the new chair. Chair is Councillor Colin Plant, elected after 2 rounds, and he'll be making committee appointments, and we'll see how that goes. I tend to sign up for a lot because we're going in for Wednesday, so let's just not go in for an hour and a half. Let's make the day valuable, and we're in a dynamic, evolving place. Other updates, Councillor Bateman.
I was one of a group of maybe 6 or 7 of us who toured the wastewater management plant, which was fascinating, and looking forward to the odor mitigation equipment that apparently they're ordering in, because that was quite an initial step into reality. And then there was I spent a lot of time preparing for tonight's meeting, which was just 4.5 hours. And going through the staff orientation package, which was extremely well put together. Thank you all for that. It's going to be a wonderful reference going ahead. And I got my first paycheck. So that's, yeah.
Other members of council have an update or highlight to share. Santa Parade is coming up Sunday. I think we need to be at SUPPLEMENTARY 4:30-ish. The road closes and parking is really difficult to find. So I would just dress warm, Santa hat, elf hat, something, be there. Any updates from our CAO, Mr. Blackhall?
Just on the salmon restoration project, you had asked for an update on that one. And staff are still going through the application. It has to go through its process, unfortunately. Regarding the DCCs, there had been a question on DCCs, but our DCC bylaw doesn't charge DCCs to institutional projects, so they wouldn't be charged. If you look at the definition of commercial, they're not. It scopes out institutional, so There seems to be maybe some confusion about
I was confused because I thought that with the DCC that we weren't sure if they were going to be applied or not, and then we couldn't waive them because we would have to issue a grant back, but that we waived the building permit fees, but that there would be more to come on the DCC. So I thought we still weren't sure.
Yeah, I needed more time to look at it, that's all, and once I read the
Okay.
bylaw, it's clear in the bylaw. So,
Okay.
so anyway, there's that project, and I was just trying to find the email I got today about the Rural Road Rehabilitation Program, which is part of the 5-year road program. It was the excess monies that we had left over. So there was an update from staff on that. So Connie Road and Phillips Road, that work is done, and that came in at $180,000. We had the tender was $181,500, so basically right at the tender amount. There was extra work required, additional paving and base work, and because of that, we couldn't do the work on Blythewood that we were originally thinking we could do. So anyway, so those works were completed as of November 16th. So.
Okay, and we're still waiting for the line painting to get done.
Your Worship, just a quick update. Mr. Derrick has put feelers out to another company on the island to see if they are able to deal with our request for thermoplasticing. It's not painting. Painting you wouldn't be able to do this time of year, but if we can find this company, if we can secure this company, they can do thermoplastic. They only need a couple of dry days. So we haven't heard back as of today. So hopefully the next couple of days.
Okay, Councillor Parkinson?
Through your worship, did we send out the letter to Sarah? Her husband was the one that was hit by the car on the crosswalk. Yeah. We requested that a letter be sent out to her, that we were looking into it. I was just wondering if that was done.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Parkinson, I'll have to check into that. I remember the inbound letter, but I don't remember if it was ever responded to, but I'll look into that.
I had requested at the last meeting just so that she knew that we were really looking into it and would try getting something done.
Okay. Any Councillor St. Pierre?
I think most of us received correspondence from Teunesha Evertse about a request for refund on some development fees. I was wondering if there was anything the staff could tell me about that.
I didn't get it.
No?
So I'd ask our head of planning to speak to that since she's here.
Is that being added to the agenda?
No, at this point, like you would need to, that needs to be forwarded, like because it's not in our agenda, you can't really raise it. But what you could do is just connect with staff about it, and then it can come forward to council for further discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would just check in with staff on that one. Okay, so next is notice of motion 16.1, and this is from November the 13th, and this is the motion that Councillor Parkinson is making, that council directs staff to prepare a report regarding a tree protection bylaw. So looking for a seconder, please. Seconded by Councillor Bateman, and speaking to it, Councillor Parkinson.
Okay. So I would like to see the District to Souk implement a tree preservation protection bylaw in an effort to protect the trees, particularly trees that are native, heritage, and home to different species and of a landmark value. Thousands of the trees make up our urban forest and provide abundant environmental, health, aesthetic, and property value benefits to our community. Regardless of whether trees grow on private or public land, the removal or damage of trees should be monitored. Each year, many trees on private property are destroyed or damaged due to construction, disease, and irresponsible acts. The District of Souk needs to implement a tree protection bylaw in an effort to protect these trees. This past year, including this month, acres of trees have been clear-cut from properties for no apparent reason. Truly a bad time of year to be doing this, as the local animals and birds now have to look for new habitat. Trees are a public health issue. Trees clean and cool the air, create oxygen, as well as decrease carbon dioxide. Many of our neighboring communities have tree protection bylaws, including Metchosin, Langford, Victoria, and Oak Bay. We we all should be, our community should be creating a bylaw and protecting our trees. Thank you.
Okay, so this is here for discussion. Councillor Beddoes?
Yes, I'm not in favor of this for a number of reasons. First of all, we've got more pressing things for our staff to do. A tree bylaw, to me, from the people that I know in this community, would be an intrusion into their home and their lives. Some properties have 100 trees, and if they're going to take down 1 or 2 trees, which in the past they've had no problem doing, and I've been one of them, that means the homeowner has to take out a permit, come to staff, staff has to deal with that permit, all takes time. Who decides what trees stay and what trees are cut down? Do you get a tree panel or you get the tree police? What's the appeal process? What about liability? If we tell somebody that they can't take down a tree because, our tree committee, whatever it is, says that it's very pretty and very important, and then a week later a storm comes in, blows the trees down, and takes out the neighbor's car and kills their cat, are we liable for that? So I just see this as, in the end, costing us another person year for our staff. It means either we have to put it on to staff or we have to hire more staff. And I think that'd be like a $60,000 question there. This is not Oak Bay. This is still a little bit in the wilds of Sioux. So maybe in 10 or 15 years I would consider it, but not now. I think we've got more pressing things to deal with, and I'm not in favor of this. Maybe we could ask the questions when we do the OCP, what the public likes, but I like to get on with more pressing needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Logans and then Bateman.
Thank you. This is a fantastic request, and I'm certainly in favor. It is absolutely pressing for us to consider this now as a growing community. For example, the city of Victoria is actually creating, I believe they have a report to increase the amount of trees in their community because they didn't do this at the right time, and now they don't have enough trees in their community. And it's not just for being pretty, but it's actually for accomplishing things that save our community money in the long run. So to answer some of Councillor Beddoes' questions, the tree bylaw would require additional work, but it doesn't necessarily have to be by the municipality. It can be a requirement that a certified arborist would be the one in either an arborist with the city, with our municipality, or an arborist hired as a consultant by the developers. They would actually look at the trees and determine which ones would have to come down. They would actually do a report outlining how much each tree is valued. And if you do want to know, you can actually Google. There is a website that arborists use to you just plunk in the numbers of the tree dimensions, and then it tells you how much that tree is worth. So it's not a guessing game, it's an actual science, and it is an actual career for someone. So it would be bringing work into our community. But also we're one of the only communities in the Lower Island that doesn't have a tree bylaw. So we're behind the times, and it's something that's very important, and we need to get on it.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah.
Then McMath? Or pardon me, then St. Pierre, then McMath.
Well, the good news is that one of our internal parks employees is in the process of becoming a certified tree assessor. So she, I think it's a she, will likely be in a good position to be that staff person you're concerned about. I'd echo everything that Ebony said, and Brenda in her, Councillor Parkinson and Logan said in their particular comments, Your Worship, through you. We also here at the district, there is, back in 2005, trees on municipal property. So the district has some pretty hard guidelines that we have to follow. So I think the public might also want to get involved. We do have these subdivision and development standards. There's a street tree care program. As Councillor Logan says, Duncan, Nanaimo, Victoria, Saanich have bylaws, and our Laura Hooper suggested in November 18th, 2013, in a submission to the Land Use Environment Committee, some kind of tree bylaw. I don't know exactly what she had, but she could pull that out as part of a report, and one could use existing bylaws in other municipalities. Small steps to begin, because there is a chainsaw in every garage in this community. So, but I don't think it would need to be it wouldn't have to take up too much time.
And remember, the motion is to get the report. There'll be a bylaw coming back. It'll go through that process. But until who, what, where, when, and why, we can't do that until we actually see something. Councillor St. Pierre. And I'll circle back to you, Councillor Beddoes.
Just a couple of comments. One of them is that trees are most important for us right now in terms of sequestering carbon. I actually think that we should be looking not just at preserving some of the older trees, which are extremely valuable that way, but also planting more trees. So I don't know if our tree bylaw can actually start looking at that for boulevards, things like traffic calming and so on and so forth. We could actually put them where they need to be on public lands. I think it's important that we have regulations in place, because private property owners will do what they want with their private property, and that's fine, except that the reason council and laws actually exist is so we can actually have the greater good in mind. The greater good in this particular case might be to survive the next 12 years, and I think we need to keep that in mind at all times. What's more, I have an acquaintance, colleague who's an arborist, and he says that thanks to climate change, and this is something recognized in the industry, arbutuses, cedars, and a lot of our native species are just plain dying. So I don't think we need to worry so much about, trees needing to be removed. They're removing themselves. But we might want to think about what kind of tree bylaw we want in order to actually have those trees, or any trees around. Thank you.
Councillor McMath.
I like it. I love it, I should say, but I don't think that it's the number one thing at the table today. There's bylaws that we have right now that are outdated, incorrect. One says one thing and the OCP says another. They kind of go back and forth. I think that needs to get sorted out first, and I think the mass of work coming behind this project is enormous. And what we all know is that the district staff are already inundated and wear multiple hats. So to bring on this massive project at a time where we're looking to hire a CAO, we're looking to revamp the OCP, we have these massive things coming down the pipe. It's perhaps, if you could give me clarity on your timeline of your proposal and when this project's going to be executed, then I would be more open to moving it forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beddoes.
Hey. I just want to clarify. I mean, I wasn't talking about developers. I'm talking about just the average person that owns a lot in Souk and wants to take down a tree. And now we're going to say we're going to have him get an arborist to make a decision for him. I think this is the same thing that I wanted to avoid, is the homeowner having to spend hundreds of dollars to take down a tree in the past, which he would just take down. I understand. I mean, I hate to say this, they grow like weeds here. I mean, we're in a rainforest, and there is the opportunity. I know someone I was talking to the other day wants to take down a few alders for firewood, and he's got hundreds of them, and they're growing like weeds. Now, would they come to get a permit? We'd have to get an arborist to decide that? I just think it's a mess, and stay away from it.
So that'll get sorted out when the bylaw comes forward for direction. I'll go to Councillor Logans and Parkinson, and then I'm going to comment. We're going to wrap it up because we're running out of time. Councillor Logans.
I would just suggest that council educate themselves before making comments on this bylaw. It would be good if you take a look at bylaws such as Saanich, who has very fulsome bylaw, and they're always working on improving it in terms of trees. And I just hate to see comments spread out there when there's not much education behind them. So please take a look at Saanich for a top example. In terms of priority, the community has let us know through the OCP process that it is a #1 priority that we prioritize our environment in this community. And I know through work in the schools, when I met with a large group of students, there was over 70 students, and they said the #1 thing that they like and that brings them back to this community after leaving is the trees. So it is something that's very important to our community. In terms of a time law for this particular bylaw, I think that will just come through the report, but it's good to have that information. And at the same time, our bylaws have to be constantly evolving, and this would be part of that evolve.
Last comment, Councillor Parkinson.
Through your worship, I don't see this as a massive project at all. Every municipality that I looked at in our Greater Victoria area has a tree bylaw. We do not invent the wheel. We take from other municipalities and take what applied to ours. So it is not a massive project.
Okay, I'll be supporting the motion as well. And just so you know, if there's any Judi Dench fans out there, she was M in all the James Bond movies. Just did a really good documentary called My Passion for Trees that you might find to be quite fascinating. So, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Councillor Beddoes is opposed.
Thank you.
My bad there. 16, Councillor Parkinson, 16.2. You're giving notice of another notice of motion. You could read it out, please.
Through your worship, notice motion that the district dispute a parking bylaw and policy be brought forward to the next committee of the whole so that council may have a fulsome discussion on how to improve the situation taking place in so many of our district subdivisions. I have a number of pictures on how the parking is looking.
Here for notice to be discussed at the next meeting. Nice try. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you could provide that to our corporate staff, and then we just have it totally correct there, please. So then I'm going to move to item 17, which is a rise in report. So this is from our in-camera meeting earlier today. The rise in report is basically, it's right there, that council engage Waterhouse executive search firm for $17,000 plus expenses to hire a new CAO with funding to come from the council contingency fund. So there's no action because we've already moved, seconded, voted on that. So it's just moving it from the closed to the open portion. Item 18, motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ivy. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Jed.